Hassan and Hussein. 267 Ansab al-Ashraf related by Daud Babi Afi, on the authority of a man from Kotham tribe, I saw Hassan and Hussein, as, eating bread, vinegar, and vegetable. Then I said, you are eating such food, whereas there are various foods in Rubber 111, for you to eat. They said, you are unaware of Amir al-Mu'minin, 112. 268 Shahnaj al-Balaha related by Khalid b Muammar al-Sadusi addressing Ilbab b al-Haytham, what do you expect from a man who, when I wanted to add few dirhams to the share of Hassan and Hussein, as, so that they could possibly make up for the shortages of their lives, rejected and got infuriated and refused to do so. 113. 269 Fadil al-Sahaba quote from Abu Salih, I went to visit Kulthum, Ali, as daughter. She was sitting behind a curtain that was between her and me combing her hair. Hassan and Hussein, as, arrived in and went to her while she was still sitting and combing her hair. They said, don't you give anything to Abu Salih to eat? Abu Salih says, they brought in a bowl containing some broth and grains. I asked, you serve me with such food, whereas you are masters. Kulthum said, O Abu Salih, what would you say if you see Amir al-Mu'minin? 114. 270 Tariq Damishq related by Abd Allah Babi Sufyan, one of the chiefs of villages in the region of Sawad, Urkuk, brought a cotton garment to me as a gift, and presented similar garments to Hassan and Hussein, as. Then, when Ali, as, proceeded to give the Friday sermon in Mardin, he saw Hassan and Hussein, as, wearing the garments. He sent someone to me and Hassan and Hussein, as, to ask us where the garments were from. Abd Allah Babi Sufyan said, one of the chiefs of villages in the region of Sawad brought these garments, as gifts, to me and Hassan and Hussein, as. He went on to say, Ali, as, took them and put them in the treasury. 115. 271 Al-Imam al-Bachar, as Ali, as, distributed some clothes in Kufa among people. There was a silk hooded cloak among the clothes that Hassan, as, demanded for himself, but Ali, as, refused to give it to him and drew lots among the Muslims, and a young man from Hamadan won the cloak. He wore it and left the place. They told him that Hassan, as, had demanded it from his father but he refused to give it to him. Then, that man from Hamadan sent it to Hassan, as, and he accepted it. 116. 117. B. Kulthum. 272 Alictuses, some seafaring gifts were brought for Ali, as, from Basra whose price was not known. His daughter, Kulthum, said to him, O Amir al-Mu'minin, will you give it to me to wear it round my neck as ornament? The Imam said, O Abu Rafi, put it in the treasury. This, granting, is impossible, except when there is no Muslim woman left without one like that. 118. 273 Al-Muzanaf related by Abu Rafi, who was Ali, as treasurer, I embellished Ali, as daughter with a pearl from the treasury, which Amir al-Mu'minin knew about. He saw it and asked, where did she get it? It is incumbent upon me to cut off her hands for Allah's right. Abu Rafi says, when I found about it, I said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, I embellished my own niece, brother's daughter, with it, otherwise where could she have gotten it? When he heard this, he kept silent. 119. 274 Talib al-Arqam related by Ali Babi Rafi, I was Amir al-Mu'minin's treasurer and scribe. There was a necklace in his treasury, which had been obtained in the Battle of Basra. Ali Babi Talib, as daughter sent a message to me that, I have heard that there is a necklace of pearl in Amir al-Mu'minin's treasury, that is at your disposal. I would like you to lend it to me to wear it during Eid al-Adha, the festival of the Day of Immolation. I sent back the message, O daughter of Amir al-Mu'minin. Is it guaranteed to be returned as a loan? She replied, it is a guaranteed loan to be returned in 3 days. So I handed it over to her. Amir al-Mu'minin found it with her, recognized it and asked, how did this necklace happen to be at your disposal? She said, I borrowed it from Ali Babi Rafi, Amir al-Mu'minin's treasurer, in order to wear it as ornament during Eid al-Adha, and then return it to him. Amir al-Mu'minin sent for me, and I went to him. He told me, O son of Abu Rafi, are you betraying the Muslims? I said, I seek refuge in Allah from betraying the Muslims. He said, how did you lend Amir al-Mu'minin's daughter a necklace from the treasury of the Muslims without my permission, and without their consent? I said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, she is your daughter and she asked me to lend it to her to wear it as ornament. I lent it to her, and as a loan it is guaranteed to be returned, and I guarantee it by my own property, and it is upon me to return it safe and sound to its place. He said, return it today. Take care that this should not be repeated or you will receive my punishment. Then he said, I swear that if my daughter had taken that necklace by other means than the way of a guaranteed loan to be returned, she would have been the first Hashemi woman that I would have had her hand cut off for larceny. The words reached her daughter and she told her father, O Amir al-Mu'minin, I am your daughter and part of your flesh. Who is more deserving to wear it than me? O Amir al-Mu'minin said to her, O daughter of Ali Babi Talib, do not depart from truthfulness. Do all the women of the Muhajirun ornament themselves on this Eid with such a necklace? Ali Babi Rafi said, I took the necklace from Ali A.S.'s daughter and returned it to its place 120. C. Achal. 275 Al-Imam al-Sadiq, A.S. When Imam Ali, A.S., took up government, he mounted the pulpit and after praising Allah, said, by Allah, I would not take a dirham from your treasury as long as I have a palm tree in Medina. Be truthful and fair to yourselves. Do you suppose that I deprive myself and bestow on you? The narrator says, at this time, Achal stood up and said, by Allah, you treat equally a black man in Medina and me. The Imam said, sit down. Was there no other person than you to speak? You have no precedence over that black man, except by precedence in religion or piety. 121. 276 Imam Ali, A.S. By Allah, I would rather pass a night in wakefulness on prickly thorns or be driven in chains as a prisoner than meet Allah and His Messenger on the day of resurrection as an oppressor over any person or a usurper of anything out of worldly wealth. And how can I oppress anyone for the sake of a life that is fast moving towards destruction and is to remain under the earth for a long time? By Allah, I certainly saw my brother Achal fallen in destitution, and he asked me a sa 122 out of your share of wheat, and I also saw his children with dishevelled hair and a dusty countenance due to starvation, as though their faces had been blackened by indigo. He came to me several times and repeated his request to me again and again. I heard him, and he thought I would sell my faith to him and follow his tread, leaving my own way. Then I just heated a piece of iron and took it near his body so that he might take a lesson from it. Then he cried as a person in protracted illness cries with pain, and he was about to get burnt with its branding. Then I said to him, moaning women may moan over you, O Achal. Do you cry on account of this heated iron which has been made by a man for fun, while you are driving me towards the fire which Almighty Allah has prepared for a manifestation of His wrath? Should you cry from pain, but I should not cry from the flames? 123. 277 Al-Manachab, Achal went to him, Ali, A.S., and asked Hassan, clothe your uncle. Hassan clothed him with a garment and a robe of his own. When dinner was prepared, there was only bread and salt. Achal said, is not there anything else beside what I see? Ali, as, said, is it not Allah's blessing? We are greatly thankful of him. Achal said, give me some money to discharge my debt, and be quick to fulfill my request so as I go away from you. He asked him, O Abu Yazid, how much is your debt? And he said it was 100,000 dirhams. Ali, as, said, by Allah, there is no such an amount of money with me, and I so not own this much, but wait until I receive my share of the treasury, so that I help you out with half of it, and were it not for the needs of my household, I would grant it all to you. Achal said, the treasury is at your disposal, and you put me off to the time of receiving your own share. Now, how much is your share? And if you give your entire share to me, how much would it be? He said, you and me are treated like one of the Muslims in this property. They were talking together on top of Dar al-Hukuma, the seat of rule, overlooking the safe boxes of the marketeers. Ali, as, told him, O Abu Yazid, if you do not accept my words, go down, break the boxes, and take what is in there. Achal said, what is in these boxes? He replies, the wealth of the traders. Achal said, do you command me to break the boxes of the people who have trusted Allah, and placed their wealth in there? Amir al-Mu'minin said, do you command me to break into the treasury of the Muslims, and give their property to you, whereas they have trusted Allah, and locked it? If you like, take your sword and I will take my sword too, and go to Hera 124, since there live wealthy merchants. We will ambush them and take their wealth. Achal said, did come here for robbery? He said, if you one person, it is better to rob all the Muslims. Achal said, do you permit me to go to Muawiyah? He said, I permit you. Achal said, help me with this journey. He said, O Hassan, pay your uncle 400 dirhams. Achal left the place while saying, soon he will make me rich, he who made me independent of you. And the proximate sustainer will discharge our debts. 125. D. Abd Allah b Jafar. 278 Al-Garad related by Habib b Abi Thabit, Abd Allah b Jafar, son of Abu Talib told Ali, as, O Amir al-Mu'minin, I wish you ordered them to help me or to provide me with pension. By Allah, I have nothing except that I sell some of the animals that I keep in my house. Ali, as, said, no, I do not see anything of a share for you in the treasury, except that you have your uncle steal something and give it to you. 126. Imam's granddaughter. 279 Ansab al-Ashraf related by Muslim, the author of Al-Hana, when Ali, as, was through with the battle of Jamal, he came to Kufa and entered the treasury. Then Hassan or Husayn, as, daughter came in and took something from there. He, Ali, as, went after her, opened her fist and took it back from her. We said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, there is a right for her in the treasury. He said, when her father will have received his share, he may give her as much as he wishes. 127. F. Imam's sister. 280 Al-Iqtizaz, Ali, as, sister, Hani, daughter of Abi Talib, came to visit him. He gave her 20 dirhams. Hani asked her non-Arab freed slave girl, how much did Amir al-Mu'minin give you? She said, 20 dirhams. Hani returned to Ali, as, angrily, Ali, as, told her, go back. May Allah have mercy on you. We did not see any precedence of Ishmael, over Ishaq, Isaac, in the book of Allah. 128. G. Imam's maidservant. 281 Al-Muzanaf related by Uthman, a maidservant mothering Ali, A.S.'s son. I went to visit Ali, A.S., and saw carnations before him scattered in the yard. I asked him to give me some of these flowers for our daughter. He said, like this, gesturing with his hands, meaning for a good price, because these belong to the Muslims, or wait until we receive our share so that I can give you a bunch for your daughter. 129. 5.16 Piety and prudence in expending public treasury. 282 Imam Ali, A.S., in his letter to his administrators, sharpen your pens, shorten the space between the lines, in writing to me, be brief and terse in wording, and attend to the meaning, and avoid excessive writing, for public treasury will not withstand extravagance. 130. 283 Ikak al-Haq. One night Ali, A.S., entered the treasury and was writing down the distribution of the property when Talha and Zubayr arrived in. He turned off the light before him and ordered the light brought in from his house. Talha and Zubayr asked the reason. He said, "The oil of the light belongs to the public treasury. It does not befit me to associate with you in its light." 131. 284 Makram al-Aklaq related by Achal b. Abd al-Rahman al-Qawlani, my aunt was the wife of Achal, son of Abu Talib. She went to visit Ali, A.S., in Kufa, and he was sitting on a worn-out donkey packsaddle. She said, at this time Ali, A.S.'s wife from Bani Tamim tribe arrived. I told her, "Woe unto you! Your house is full of goods and the commander of the faithful is sitting on a torn packsaddle." The woman said, "Do not reproach me. By Allah, whatever he sees that is unfamiliar to him, he places it in the treasury." 132. 285 Fadl al-Sahaba related by Amash, Ali, A.S., gave breakfast and dinner to others, and he himself ate from what was brought to him from Medina. 133. 286 Al-Garrett related by Bakr Bisa, Imam Ali, A.S., would say, "O Kufis, if I will have left you with other belongings than my mount, my traveling apparatus, and my servant, then I will be treacherous." His livelihood was brought to him from his products from the region of Yanbu in Medina. 134. 287 Al-Jamal related by Abi Magnaf Lutb Yahya on the authority of his masters, when Amir al-Mu'minin decided to set out for Kufa, he stood up among the Basrans and said, "O people of Basra, by what do you want to find fault with me?" He pointed to his clothes and said, "By Allah, these 2 pieces of clothes are made out of my wife's spinning. By what do you want to find fault with me, O people of Basra?" and pointed to a bag in his hand which contained his disbursement, and then said, "By Allah, this is from my crops in Medina. So if I leave you and more than what you see is with me, then I will be among the traitors in the sight of Allah." 135. 288 Tariq Damish related by Antera, I went to visit Ali, A.S., in the region of Kawarnak. 136, and he was wearing an old ragged garment. I said, "O Amir al-Mu'minin, Allah has allotted a share for you and your family in this property, and you are treating yourself like this." He said, "By Allah, I would not take anything from yours, and this is but the garment that I took with me from home," or he said, "from Medina." 137. 289 Al-Garrett related by Zaydan, together with Kanbar, I went to Ali, A.S. Then Kanbar said, "O Amir al-Mu'minin, rise up that I have hidden something valuable for you." He asked, "What is it?" Kanbar said, "Come with me." Ali, A.S., stood up and left for his home. There he saw bags full of gold and silver cups. Kanbar said, "O Amir al-Mu'minin, you do not leave anything, any property, except that you divide it. Therefore, I saved these for you." Ali, A.S., said, "Did you want to bring lots of fire into my house?" Then he unsheathed his sword, and struck down on the cups and cleaved each into 2 or 3 parts. Then he said, divide them into portions. And they did so. Then he uttered the following poem. This is my harvest, and the best of it. Yet, every harvester has his hand in his own mouth, and eats it himself. O white, silver, deceive someone else. O yellow, gold, deceive someone else. 138. 290 Al-Iqtisas, in an account on Imam Ali, as food, he heard the sizzling of meat being roasted in his house. Then, he rose to his feet and said, inflicting chastisement on Ali Abi Talib by roasting Karaka 139. The narrator goes on to say, his family got distressed and said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, a camel has been slaughtered in your wife's tribe, and her family has brought her a share, as a gift. He said, have it. May it be pleasant and pure. 140. 291 Tariq Damishq related by Abd al-Rahman Abi Bakr, Ali Abi Talib, as, did not take anything from our treasury, of Basra, until he parted from us, except for a cheap fur garment or a black tunic from the region of Daragad, in Shiraz. 141. 292 Al-Garrett related by Abu Raja, Ali, as, brought a sword to the market and said, who will buy this from me? If I had enough for buying a garment, I would not sell this. I said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, I sell you a garment on credit until you receive your share of the public treasury. So, I sold him the garment on credit until the time of distribution of treasury. When he received his share, he paid me for it. 142. 1 Al-Kafi, 5868. Tuhaf al-Ukal, 209. 2 The Aim al-Islam, 2142. 3 Al-Sa'ir, 2228. The Aim al-Islam, 2159. Ali al-Ali, 31946. 4 Musnad of Zid, 255. 5 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 390, Bihar al-Anwar, 78304-1. 6 Imam Ali, Mufid, 3119, Bihar al-Anwar, 7742241. 7 Kanz al-Amal, 1617744215. 8 Naj al-Balahar, Aphorism 390, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 203, Al-Tasi, Imam Ali, 147. 9 Shah Naj al-Balahar, 15147. 10 Naj al-Balahar, Letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 126. 11 Taratik al-Yaqubi, 2203. 12 Gra al-Hikam, 6562, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 3576044. 13 Karib al-Asnad, 115404, Bihar al-Anwar, 1036510. 14 Al-Qurn, 1161. 15 Wazil al-Shi'a, 1319510, Bihar al-Anwar, 93/46 and 47. 16 Kurb al-Zero Asnad, 138489, Bihar al-Anwar, 1003310. 17 Al-Mu'iz al-Adadiya, 55. 18 Al-Kafi, 5113-1, Man La Yarayu Al-Faji, 3158-3580, Al-Hazel, 62 and 1/10. 19 Shah Naj al-Balahar, 20267-103. 20 Al-Kafi, 531132. Talib al-Arkam, 6382-1127. 21 Tafsir al-Aishi, 1150494, Bihar al-Anwar, 1035315. 22 Al-Kafi, 5, 1499, Man Lao Yadarahu Al-Fajr, 3, 1933753, Al-Hazel, 62 and 1/10. 23 Al-Kafi, 5, 31959, Man Lao Yadarahu Al-Fajr, 3, 1923722, Udat al-Dha'i, 72. 24 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 53. 25 Juhaf al-Ukal, 140. 26 Al-Kafi, 5, 1513, Tadib al-Arkam, the 7th of June, 2017, Imam Ali, Mufid, 197/31. 27 Al-Jayferat, 238, the Am al-Islam, 2, 538, 1913. 28 Fadil al-Sahaba, 1, 547, 919, Daghaya al-Akbar, 192. 29 The Am al-Islam, 2, 538, 1913. 30 Tariq Damishq, 42409, Al-Musanif Fi al-Hadith wa al-Athar, 52604, Al-Garat, 1110. 31 Rabi al-Abra, 4154. 32 Al-Kern, 2883. 33 Tariq Damishq, 42489, Al-Bidayah wa al-Nihaya, 8/5, Manachib al-Abi Talib, 2104. 34 Makram al-Aklak, 1247732. 35 Al-Tabaqat al-Kabra, 3/28, Tariq Damishq, 42484, Tariq al-Islam. 36 Makram al-Aklak, 1249740. 37 Fail al-Sahaba, 2621, 1062, Rabi al-Abra, 4153. 38 Makram al-Aklak, 1224659. Also compare, Al-Garat, 1105, Manachib al-Imam Amir al-Mumaynan, 2602, 1103. 39 Tariq al-Tabari, 5156, Al-Kamal al-Tariq, 2442. 40 The Am al-Islam, 23680. 41 Naj al-Balahar, letter 53, Juhaf al-Ukal, 140. 42 Waqati Yusufan, 108, Al-Miya al-Mawazana, 122, also compare, Naj al-Balahar, letter 51. 43 Al-Kafi, 35408, Tadib al-Arkam, 498275, Man Lao Yazirayu el-Fajr, the 2nd of April, 1605. 44 One of Baghdad environs. 45 Al-Sunan al-Kabra, 9345, 18736, USD Al-Gaba, 4983789, Kanz al-Amal, 4501, 11488. 46 A food made of wheat and barley flour. 47 Obviously, he means that if this food is added to, friends and relatives might have added a better food to it, so he buys to his need and seals the container. 48 Tariq Damishq, 42487, Hilayatu al-Awliya, 1/82. Also compare, Al-Miya al-Mawazana, 248. 49 Naj al-Balahar, letter 26, Bihar al-Anwar, 33//528/719. Also compare, the Am al-Islam, 1252. 50 Naj al-Balahar, letter 25, Al-Kafi, 35361, Tadib al-Arkam, 496274. 51 Naj al-Balahar, letter 53. Also compare, the Am al-Islam, 1362. 52 Juhaf al-Ukal, 137. 53 Ansab al-Ashraf, 2371. Tariq Damishq, 42476. 54 Al-Garat, 1/69. Also compare, Manachub al-Imam Amir al-Mumaynan, 232517. 55 Al-Garat, 1/49, Tariq al-Khulafa, 213. Also compare, Hilyatu al-Awliya, 7300. 56 Fadil al-Sahaba, 1533886, Tariq al-Islam, 3643. 57 Tariq Damishq, 42477, Al-Amwal, 284673, Kanz al-Amal, 4584-11703. 58 Muraj al-Dahab, 2421. 59 Al-Tasi, Imam Ali, 404904, Tanbi al-Qawatar, 2173, Manachub al-Abi Talib, 2/95. 60 Ibn Athar said, "This is a parable first uttered by Amr, Jadam's nephew. He and his friends were picking mushrooms. Whenever his friends found a good mushroom, they would put it in their mouth, but he would place it in his sleeve to take it to his maternal uncle. Ali, A.S., has implied by this parable that he does not ruin the Muslim's property, rather, he puts it in its rightful place." Al-Nihaya, 1309. 61 Al-Garat, 1/47, Bihar al-Anwar, 100609. 62 Shah Naj al-Balahar, 2199, Al-Karat, 1/60, Bihar al-Anwar, 41136. 63 Shah Naj al-Balahar, 2198, Bihar al-Anwar, 41135. 64 Al-Amwal, 285675, Hilyatu al-Awliya, 1/81, Shah Naj al-Balahar, 19126. 65 Tariq Damishq, 42476, Musnad of Ibn Jad, 315-2145. 66 Al-Dharwar, 60150, Bihar al-Anwar, 94939. 67 Al-Iqtisas, 152, Bihar al-Anwar, 40107-117. 68 Al-Tasi, Imam Ali, 686-1457, Manachub al-Abi Talib, 2111. 69 Al-Kafi, 4313, Juhaf al-Ukal, 185, Natha al-Dur, 1318. Also compare, Imam Ali, 17 5/6. 70 Juhaf al-Ukal, 184, Al-Miya al-Mawazana, 112, Shah Naj al-Balahar, 7/40. 71 A region in Fars, province in southern Persia, which Ardashir Babakan developed and includes Shiraz and Kazran. 72 Naj al-Balahar, letter 43, Bihar al-Anwar, 33516-712. 73 Urshad al-Gulab, 321, Al-Daraja al-Rafi'a, 289, Bihar al-Anwar, 28883. 74 A Babylonian dry measure of 6 arse loads. 75 Al-Garat, 1/70, Al-Iqtisas, 151, Al-Sunan al-Kabra, 6567-12990. 76 Ansab al-Ashraf, 2376. 77 Ansab al-Ashraf, 2374. 78 Ibad. 79 Fadil al-Sahaba, 1547920, Dakhaya al-Akbar, 191, Al-Riya al-Nara, 3221. 80 Manachub al-Abi Talib, 2111, Bihar al-Anwar, 4111724. 81 Tariq Damishq, 42476, Fadil al-Sahaba, 1545913. 82 Al-Garat, 1/52, Bihar al-Anwar, 1006010. 83 Muraj al-Dahab, 2362. 84 Muraj al-Dahab, 2380. Also compare Shah Naj al-Balahar, 1250. 85 Al-Jamal, 400. 86 Al-Garat, 1/44. 87 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 180, Al-Garat, 1291, Tariq Tabari, 5107, Al-Bidayat wa al-Nihaya, 7316. 88 Naj al-Balahar, Letters 70, Cases al-Aima, 113, Bihar al-Anwar, 33521-714. 89 Naj al-Balahar, Aphorism 328, Ro'ay al-Wa'izan, 497, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 152-3343. 90 Al-Sunan al-Kabra, 737-13206, Kanz al-Amal, 6528-16840. 91 Fadil al-Sahaba, 1531883, Al-Musanif fi al-Hadith wa al-Athar, 8-15715. 92 Tadib al-Arkam, 6293-811. 93 Naj al-Balahar, Letters 67, Bihar al-Anwar, 33497-702. 94 Naj al-Balahar, Letter 53. Also compare, the Aim al-Islam, 1366. 95 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 141. 96 Naj al-Balahar, Letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 132. Also compare, the Aim al-Islam, 1357. 97 Naj al-Balahar, Letter 26. 98 The Aim al-Islam, 1252, Bihar al-Anwar, 96857. 99 An ancient city in Persia, which Arabs conquered in 660 CE, the Seljuks set on fire in 1046 CE, and was destroyed by earthquake in 1149 CE. 100 Al-Kafi, 14065, Bihar al-Anwar, 41-12330. 101 Rabi al-Abra, 2-148, Al-Miyawa al-Mawazana, 251, Manachub al-Alamir al-Mumaynan, 2/75. 102 Ansab al-Ashraf, 2-373. 103 Manachub al-Abi Talib, 2-115, Bihar al-Anwar, 41/52. Also compare, Encyclopedia of Amir al-Mumaynan, 9-400, the leader of the oppressed. 104 Kashf al-Yakin, 136-129. 105 Gra al-Hikam, 4725. 106 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 232, Manachub al-Abi Talib, 2-110, Gra al-Hikam, 3702. 107 A Mukatab slave is one who has contracted with his master, that if he pays his price he will be freed. 108 The Aim al-Islam, 2-310-1171, Manachub al-Abi Talib, 2-110. 109 Al-Istab, 3-210-1875. 110 Al-Iqtizas, 160. 111 Rubba has several meanings. It is the name of a village near Qadisiyah. It also means public square as well as the courtyard to mosque. Here it seems to mean the city public square. 112 Ansab al-Ashraf, 2-375, Al-Wera, 90, 129, Manachib al-Abi Talib, 2, 108. 113 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 10250. 114 Fadil al-Sahaba, 1540901, al-Musanif fi al-Hadith wa al-Athar, 8, 1567. 115 Tariq Damishq, Tarjumat al-Imam Ali, A.S., researched by Muhammad Bacha al-Mahmudi 3, 182, 1223. 116 Kurb al-Asnad, 148537, Bihar al-Anwar, 411044. 117 Imam Ali, Hassan and Hussein, A.S., are infallible and never commit mistakes and flaws, nor do they defy each other in action or impugn one another. Thus, if we encountered a hadith that contradicted their infallibility and could not be rationally explained, it would be put aside. The present hadith seems to require some deliberation, especially that the name Abu al-Bukhtari is mentioned in the chain of transmission, who is regarded a weak transmitter, and the hadiths related by him alone are rejected. Regarding such hadiths, however, it can generally be explained that the demand for extra share has not been the issue, rather, they intended to display the paradigm of an Islamic rule, and that in such rule nobody is given precedence in consuming the public treasury over others, even for Imam Hassan, A.S. 118 Al-Iqtisas, 151, Bihar al-Anwar, 40106. 119 Al-Musanaf fi al-Hadith wa al-Athar, 76226, Tariq al-Tabari, 5156. 120 Talib al-Arqam, 10150-606. Tanbi al-Qawatir, 2/3. Also compare, Manachib al-Abi Talib, 2, 108. 121 al-Kafi, 8, 182-204, Tanbi al-Qawatir, 2, 151, Al-Iqtisas, 151. 122 Asa is about 3 kilograms in weight. 123 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 224. Also compare, Al-Sadaq, Imam Ali, 719988. 124 An ancient city near Kufa in which al-Numan Mundar's house was located, and had many rivers and a better climate than Kufa. 125 Manachib al-Abi Talib, 2, 108, Bihar al-Anwar, 41-11323. 126 Al-Garat, 1/66, Shahnaj al-Balaha, 2-200. 127 Ansab al-Ashraf, 2-370. 128 Al-Iqtisas, 151. 129 Al-Musanif fi al-Hadith wa al-Athar, 8, 157, 18 and 7, 6222, Manachib al-Abi Talib, 2, 109. 130 Al-Haizal, 310/85, Bahar al-Anwar, 41-1056. 131 Ikak al-Haq, 8539, Al-Manachib al-Murtawiyah, 289. 132 Makrim al-Aklak, 1286894, Manachib al-Abi Talib, 2/97. 133 Fadil al-Sahaba, 1536892, Hilyat al-Aliyah, 1/82, Al-Riya al-Nara, 3221. 134 Al-Garat, 1/68, Shahnaj al-Balaha, 2200. Also compare, Manachib al-Abi Talib, 2/98. 135 Al-Jamal, 422, Manachib al-Abi Talib, 2/98. 136 A place around Kufa. 137 Tariq Damishq, 42, 477 and 481, Al-Amwal, 284, 671, Hilyat Al-Aliyah, 1/82. 138 Al-Garat, 1/55, Manachub Al-Imam Amir Al-Mu'minin, 2-33519. Also compare, Manachub Al-Abi Talib, 2-108. 139 This statement means that if the meat being roasted in Ali's house is procured by unlawful means, he will be chastised for it. Karaka here means tasty meat, as it is from the breast part of camel's meat, which is its most delicious part. Al-Nahaya, 4-166. 140 Al-Iqtisas, 152. 141 Tariq Damishq, 42476, Al-Amwal, 283670. 142 Al-Garat, 1/63, Hilyat Al-Aliyah, 1/83, Shah-Naj Al-Balaha, 2200. Chapter 6, Social Policies. 6.1 Establishing Justice. 293 Imam Ali, A.S., in his letter to Ibn Abbas, your envoy came to me. You have reported what you have seen or heard concerning the people of Basra after my return. I inform you about those people. They are, in two groups, a group desiring something, and aspiring to obtain it, and another who are afraid of a punishment. So, make the eager ones hopeful by doing justice to them, and being fair and doing good to them. 1. 294 Imam Ali, A.S., in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, let the dearest of your affairs be those which are middlemost in rightfulness, most inclusive in justice, and most comprehensive in establishing the content of the subjects. Verily the foremost delight of the eye for rulers is the establishment of justice in the land, and the appearance of love for them among the subjects. 2. 295 Imam Ali, A.S., in his letter to Aswad b Qutbah, the commander of Hulwan troops, now, if the actions of a governor follow the passions, he will be greatly hampered in justice. So, all the people should be equal in right before you, because injustice cannot be a substitute for justice. Avoid that thing the like of which you would not like for yourself. 3. 296 Imam Ali, A.S. This is the commandment of Abd Allah, Ali Amir al-Mu'minin, to Muhammad b Abi Bakr, when appointed him as the governor of Egypt. He ordered him to be wary of Allah secretly and openly, to fear Allah in privacy and in public, to be humble to the Muslims, to be hard on the evildoers, to do justice to those under protective covenant, Dimas, to be fair to the oppressed and severe to the oppressors, to pardon people and to be charitable to them as much as possible. Allah will reward the charitable and punish the sinful. 4. 297 Imam Ali, A.S., in his commandment to Muhammad b Abi Bakr, when appointed him as the governor of Egypt, behave humbly with the people, keep yourself lenient, meet them large-heartedly, accord them equal treatment so that the big should not expect injustice from you in their favor, and the low should not be despondent of your justice to them. Allah, the Sublime, will certainly question you, O community of his creatures, about your actions, small or big, open or concealed. If he punishes you, it is because you have been oppressive, and if he forgives, then it is because he is the most generous. 5. 298 Imam Ali, A.S., from his words when he was spoken ill of for showing equality in the distribution of shares from public treasury. Do you command me that I should seek support by oppressing those over whom I have been placed? By Allah, I won't do so as long as the world goes on, and as long as one star leads another in the sky. Even if it were my property, I would have distributed it equally among them. Then why not when the property is that of Allah? 6. 299 Imam Ali, A.S. By Allah, I would rather pass a night in wakefulness on prickly thorns or be driven in chains as a prisoner than meet Allah and his messenger on the day of judgment as an oppressor over any person or a usurper of anything out of worldly wealth. And how can I oppress anyone for the sake of a life that is fast moving towards destruction, and is to remain under the earth for a long time? 7. 300 Imam Ali, as by Allah, even if I am given all the domains of the 7 spheres, with all that exists under the skies in order that I may disobey Allah to the extent of snatching 1 grain of barley from an ant, I would not do it. For me your world is lighter than the leaf in the mouth of a locust that is chewing it. What has Ali to do with bounties that will pass away and pleasures that will not last? 8. 301 Imam Ali, as on the day of resurrection I will argue with people in 9 things: performing prayers, salat, paying alms tax, zakat, bidding what is good and forbidding what is wrong, doing justice among people, equal distribution, fighting in the way of Allah, implementing punishments, and the like. 9. 302 Tariq Damish related by Ali b Rabi'a, the b Hubayra came to Ali, as, and said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, if 2 men come to, and you are more likable to one of them than his own soul or his household or his property, and the other one would kill you if he could, then would you judge in favor of the first man, and against the second one? He struck me on the chest and said, certainly, if it were up to me, I would do so, but this is an affair pertaining to Allah. 10. 303 Al-Kamal fi al-Tariq in a report about Ubayd al-Abi al-Hur al-Jufi. 11. When Uthman was killed and the war broke out between Ali, as, and Muawiyah, he, Ubayd Allah, went toward Muawiyah, and remained with him because of his love for Uthman. He and Malik b Mazma accompanied Muawiyah in the Battle of Siffin. Ubayd Allah stayed with Muawiyah, and his wife was in Kufa. Since his separation lasted long, his brother-in-law married her off to one Ikrimah b Hubays. When Ubayd Allah was informed about this, he left for Kufa and went to Ali, as, to make a complaint against Ikrimah. Ali, as, told him, you helped out the enemy, and now you got yourself in such a misery. Ubayd Allah said, will this deprive me of your justice? The Imam said, no. Then he told his story to Ali, as, and he returned his wife to him. She was pregnant. Thus, he left her with someone in whom he trusted until she gave birth to her child. He handed the child to Ikrimah, and returned the woman to Ubayd Allah. Ubayd Allah went back to Sham where he stayed until Ali, as, was killed. 12. 304 Tariq al-Yaqubi, related by al-Zari, one day, I went to see Umar bin Abd al-Aziz. While I was with him, he received a letter from one of his administrators stating that their city needed reconstruction. Zari goes on to say, I told Umar, one of Ali bin Abi Talib, as administrators had sent him similar letter, and he had replied to him as follows, now then, place the city in the citadel of justice, and clean the tyranny off its pathway. Umar wrote the same reply to his administrator. 13 See a quarter. The Imam's motives for accepting the rulership. 6.2 Commitment to rights. 305 Imam Ali, as, in Siffin, so now, Allah, the Glorified, has, by placing me over your affairs, created my right over you, and you too have a right over me like mine over you. A right is very vast in description but very narrow in equitableness of action. Right does not accrue to any person unless it accrues against him also, and it does not accrue against a person unless it also accrues in his favor. If there is any right which is only in favor of a person with no corresponding right accruing against him, it is solely for Allah, the Glorified, and not for his creatures by virtue of his might over his creatures, and by virtue of the justice permeating all his decrees. Of course, he the Glorified, has created his right over creatures that they should worship him, and has laid upon himself the obligation of their reward equal to several times the recompense, as a mark of his bounty, and the generosity that he is capable of. Then, from his rights, he, the Glorified, created certain rights for certain people against others. He made them so as to equate with one another. Some of these rights produce other rights. Some rights are such that they do not accrue except with others. The greatest of these rights that Allah, the Glorified, has made obligatory is the right of the ruler over the ruled and the right of the ruled over the ruler. This is an obligation which Allah, the Glorified, has placed on each one against the other. He has made it the basis of their mutual affection and an honor for their religion. Consequently, the ruled cannot prosper unless the rulers are sound, while the rulers cannot be sound unless the ruled are steadfast. If the ruled fulfill the rights of the ruler, and the ruler fulfills their rights, then right attains the position of honor among them, the ways of religion become established, signs of justice become fixed, and the sunnah gains currency. In this way time will improve, the continuance of government will be expected, and the aims of the enemies will be frustrated. But if the ruled gain sway over the ruler, or the ruler oppresses the ruled, then difference crops up in every word, signs of oppression appear, mischief enters religion, and the ways of the sunnah are forsaken. Then desires are acted upon, the commands of religion are discarded, diseases of the spirit become numerous, and there is neither hesitation in disregarding even great rights, nor in committing big wrongs. In such circumstances, the virtuous are humiliated while the vicious are honored, and there are serious chastisements from Allah, the Glorified, onto the people. You should therefore counsel each other, for the fulfillment of your obligations, and cooperate with each other. However extremely eager a person may be to secure the pleasure of Allah, and however fully he strives for it, he cannot discharge his obligation for obedience to Allah, the Glorified, as is really due to him. It is an obligatory right of Allah over the people, that they should advise each other to the best of their ability, and cooperate with each other for the establishment of truth among them. No person, however great his position in the matter of truth, and however advanced his distinction in religion may be, is above cooperation in connection with the obligations placed on him by Allah. Again, no man, however small he may be regarded by others, and however humble he may appear before eyes, is too low to cooperate or to be afforded cooperation in this matter. 14. 306 Imam Ali, as Allah, the Glorified, has created the rights of his servant, as vanguard to his own rights. Therefore, whoever fulfills the rights of the servants of Allah, it will prompt him to fulfill the rights of Allah. 15. 6.3 Developing constructive freedoms. 307 Imam Ali, O people, verily Adam, did not beget slave men and women, all people are free. 16. 308 Imam Ali, and now, verily Allah, the Blessed and the Exalted, raised up Muhammad, so as to turn his servants out from the servitude of the slaves toward servitude of himself, from the covenant of the slaves toward covenant of himself, from obedience to the serfs toward obedience to himself, and from the guardianship of the slaves toward guardianship of himself. 17. 309 Imam Ali, do not be the slave of others, for Allah has made you free. 18. 310 Imam Ali, the one who fulfills the requirements of servitude to Allah, deserves freedom, and the one who neglects the rules of freedom, returns to slavery. 19. 311 Imam Ali, beware of what infuriates your Lord, and frightens people away from you. The one who infuriates his Lord will be exposed to death, and the one who frightens people away has disclaimed freedom. 20. 312 Imam Ali, the beauty of a free, unattached person is in keeping away from infamy. 21. 313 Imam Ali, a free person remains free even though distress befalls them. A slave remains a slave even though destiny assists them. 22. 314 Imam Ali, O Kufas. I have experienced in you 3 things, and 2 others: you are deaf in spite of having ears, dumb in spite of speaking, and blind in spite of having eyes. You are neither true supporters in encounter, nor dependable brothers in distress. 23. 315 Imam Ali, after hearing about the arbitration, woe on you! I had to bear a lot of worries from you. Some day I call you to jihad, and some day I whisper to you in confidence, you are neither true free men at the time of call, nor trustworthy brothers at the time of speaking in confidence. 24. 316 Imam Ali, a.s., from aphorisms attributed to him, whatever befalls a free man, he will bear it and see it as per his high magnanimity, unless when a small fraction of his freedom is degraded, that is when he refuses and does not respond to it. 25. 6.4 Endeavor in pleasing people. 317 Imam Ali, a.s., in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, let the dearest of your affairs be those which are middlemost in rightfulness, most inclusive in justice, and most comprehensive in establishing the content of the subject. For the discontent of the common people invalidates the content of favorites, and the discontent of favorites is pardoned at the achievement of the content of the masses. Whereas the support of religion, the solidarity of Muslims, and preparedness in the face of the enemy lie only with the common people of community, so let your inclination and affection be toward them. Verily the foremost delight of the eye for rulers is the establishment of justice in the land, and the appearance of love for them among the subjects. But surely the subjects' love will not appear without the well-being of their breasts. 26. 318 Imam Ali, a.s., in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, thus, you should behave in your rule like him who desires to secure the praise of the subjects, the reward of Allah, and the satisfaction of the Imam. There is no strength save in Allah. 27. 6.5 Kindness and amiability to people. 319 Imam Ali, a.s., in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, infuse your heart with mercy, love, and kindness for your subjects. Be not in face of them a voracious animal, counting them as easy prey, for they are your brothers in religion or your equals in creation. Error catches them unaware, deficiencies overcome them, and evil deeds are committed by them intentionally and by mistake. So grant them your pardon and your forgiveness to the same extent that you hope Allah will grant you his pardon and his forgiveness. For you are above them, and he who appointed you is above you, and Allah is above him who appointed you. Allah has sought from you the fulfillment of their requirements, and he is trying you with them. Set yourself not up to war against Allah, for you have no power against his vengeance, nor are able to dispense with his pardon and his mercy. Know that there is nothing more conducive to the ruler's trusting his subjects than his being kind towards them, lightening their burdens and abandoning coercing them in that in which they possess not the ability. So in this respect you should attain a situation in which you can confidently trust your subjects, for trusting them will sever from you lasting strain. And surely he who most deserves your trust is he who has done well when you have tested him, and he who most deserves your mistrust is he who has done badly when you have tested him. 28. In Tuhaf al-Ukul the following is added to the above happy smiley. If you realize this state for and against you, you will be more cognizant in doing good and having good impression with people in addition to what Allah will reward you on the judgment day. 29. 320 Imam Ali, a.s., from his letter to Ibn Abbas when he was his governor in Basra, you should know that Basra is the place where Satan descends and mischief happens. Therefore, keep the people of this place pleased with good treatment, and remove the knots of fear from their hearts. 30. 6.6 Direct contact with people. 321 Imam Ali, a.s., in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, set aside for those who have requests from you a portion of your time, in which you yourself are free to attend to them. Hold an open audience for them, and therein be humble before Allah who created you. Keep the soldiers and aides that are your bodyguards and police away from them, so that their spokesman may address you without stammering, in fear. For I heard the Messenger of Allah, say not, only, on one occasion, no community shall be sanctified within which the rightful due of the weak may not be taken from the strong without stammering, by the weak. Then there are certain of your affairs which you must take in hand personally. Among them is giving an ear to your administrators when your secretaries have been unable to find the correct solution. Prolong not your seclusion from your subjects, for rulers' seclusion from subjects is a kind of constraint and results in a lack of knowledge of affairs. Seclusion from them cuts rulers off from the knowledge of that which they have been secluded. Then the great appears to them as small, and the small as great. The beautiful appears as ugly, and the ugly as beautiful. 31. 322 Imam Ali, A.S., from his letter to Khatam B. Abbas, his governor in Mecca, there should be no intermediary between you and the people except your tongue, and no guard save your own face. Do not prevent any needy person from meeting you, because if the needy is returned unsatisfied from your door in the first instance, then even doing it thereafter will not bring you praise. 32. 323 Imam Ali, A.S., from his letter to the tax collectors, do not employ doorkeepers for yourself or bar anyone from making, they request so as they may hand it over to you. 33. 324 Imam Ali, A.S., from his letter to the commanders of troops, from the servant of Allah, Ali, A.S., Babi Talib, Amir al-Mu'minin, to the commanders in charge of garrisons. Now, it is obligatory on an officer that the distinction he achieves or the wealth with which he has been exclusively endowed should not make him change his behavior towards his subjects, and that the riches Allah has bestowed on him should increase him in nearness to his people, and kindness over his brethren. 34. 325 Imam Ali, A.S., in his letter to Kaith B. Sadi, cut down your distance with people, leave your door open, and apply yourself to the truth. 35. 326 Imam Ali, A.S. There are three traits that if any of the leaders possesses, he deserves to be regarded as trustworthy in his leadership, to be just in his judgments, not to hide himself from his subjects, and to execute Allah's ordinances, equally, on both the acquaintances and the strangers. 36. 6.7 Tolerating difficulties caused by people. 327 Imam Ali, A.S. The person who does not withstand the cost of people's provision, then he has prepared power to be transferred to someone else. 37. 328 Imam Ali, A.S. Tolerance adorns statesmanship. 38. 329 Imam Ali, A.S., in aphorisms attributed to him, the one who manages his soul in tolerating the ignorance of people deserves to become a ruler. 39. 330 Imam Ali, A.S. when you take over as a ruler, be lenient. 40. 331 Imam Ali, A.S. the foundation of a rule is to make use of leniency. 41. 332 Imam Ali, A.S. the foremost of a rule is tolerance. 42. 333 Imam Ali, A.S. the one who acts leniently is successful. 43. 334 Imam Ali, A.S. the one who is not lenient to his subordinate does not achieve his desires. 44. 335 Imam Ali, A.S., in what he wrote to Hudayfa b. Yaman, I command you to be tolerant in your affairs, and lenient and just to your subjects. 45. 336 Imam Ali, A.S., in a letter he wrote to the people of Mardin, I assigned your affairs to Hudayfa b. Yaman, whose approach I favor, and whose righteousness I am hopeful of. I have commanded him to do good to your benevolent ones, and to be strict on your evildoers, and to be lenient to your beautifully minded. I ask Allah for well-being and benevolence, and His all-embracing mercy for you and for myself in this world, and the world to come. 46. 337 Imam Ali, A.S. It is incumbent upon you to be lenient, for it is the key to righteousness, and the character of those who possess intellect. 47. 338 Imam Ali, A.S. Tolerance and leniency ease off hardships, and facilitate difficult means. 48. 339 Imam Ali, A.S. For the one who exercises leniency, difficulties will become easy. 49. 6.8 Avoiding anger. 340 Imam Ali, as, from his instructions to Ibn Abbas, when appointed him as his ambassador, meet people with a broad face, allow them free audience, and pass generous orders. Avoid anger because it is an augury of Satan. 50. 6.9 Avoidance of fault-finding. 341 Imam Ali, as certainly, people possess faults. So, do not disclose what is concealed from you, for Allah, the glorified, would judge about it. Veil imperfection to the extent you are able, so that Allah veils what you would like it to be veiled. 51. 342 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, let the farthest of your subjects from you and the most hateful to you be he who most seeks out the faults of men. For people possess faults, which the ruler more than anyone else should conceal. So, do not uncover those of them, which are hidden from you, for it is only incumbent upon you to remedy what appears before you. Allah will judge what is hidden from you. So, veil imperfection to the extent you are able, Allah will veil that of yourself which you would like to have veiled from your subjects. 52. 343 Imam Ali, as, in the aphorisms attributed to him, the mischievous would seek out vices of people, and overlook their merits, like the flies that seek out putrid places. 53. 344 Imam Ali, as whenever you ask a debauched woman who committed debauchery with her, and she answered so and so, then 2 punishments must be inflicted on her, a punishment for her debauchery, and another one for imputing a Muslim man. 54. 345 Imam Ali, as seeking out imperfection is the worst of vices. 55. 6.10 Uncovering excuses to remove suspicions. 346 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, if any of your subjects should suspect you of an injustice, explain to them your justification. By your explanation turn their suspicions away from yourself. Thereby, you train your soul, act kindly to your subjects and justify yourself in a manner to attain your need, i.e., setting them in the way of the truth. 56. 6.11 Helping out the oppressed. 347 Imam Ali, as he who does not take revenge of the oppressor on behalf of the oppressed, Allah will take his strength from him. 57. 348 Imam Ali, as behold, by him who split the grain, to grow, and created living beings, if people had not come to me, and supporters had not exhausted the argument, and if there had been no pledge of Allah, with the learned to the effect, that they should not acquiesce in the gluttony of the oppressor, and the hunger of the oppressed, I would have cast the rope of caliphate on its own shoulders, and would have given the last one the same treatment, as to the first one. Then you would have seen that in my view this world of yours is no better than the sneezing of a goat. 58. 349 Imam Ali, as O people, support me in your own affairs. By Allah, I will take revenge of the oppressor on behalf of the oppressed, and will put a string in the nose of the oppressor, and drag him to the spring of truthfulness even though he may grudge it. 59. 350 Imam Ali, as the low is in my view worthy of honor till I secure his right for him, while the strong is in my view weak till I take others' right from him. 60. 351 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, then, look into the matter of the judgments among people in good intention. The true judgment is to take back the rights of the oppressed from the oppressors, to support the weak against the strong, and to institute Allah's doctrinal provisions according to their proper ways and courses. This will set aright Allah's servants and lands. 61. 352 Al-Imam al-Bachir, Ali, as, was returning home in the heat of the day, when he saw a woman standing there who said, "My husband has wronged me and harassed me, and scared me and threatened to beat me." Ali, as, said, "O servant of Allah, let the weather cool off, then I will go with you if God wills." The woman said, "His anger will boil over towards me." He lowered his head, then raised it and said, "No, by Allah, until the right of the oppressed is secured," without stammering. "Where is your house?" He went to the man's house, stopped at the door and called, "Assalamu alaikum." A young man came out. Ali, as, said, "O servant of Allah, be wary of Allah. You have scared your wife away." The young man said, "What do you have to do with her? By Allah, I will burn her because of your words." Then Amir al-Mu'minin said, "I am bidding you to do good and refraining you from doing wrong, then you respond to me with wrong and ignore good." The narrator, Al-Imam al-Bachar, as, said, "People were gathering around and saying, 'Greetings to you, O Amir al-Mu'minin.' Repentant and confused, the man said, 'O Amir al-Mu'minin, forgive my fault. By Allah, from now on, I will be like the ground for her to step on.' Ali, as, sheathed his sword and said, 'O servant of Allah, enter your house and do not force your wife into such troubles.' 62. 353 Alictuses, Sadibi case Hamadani Zor Ali, as, near a wall on a hot day. Then, he asked him, 'O Amir al-Mu'minin, what are you doing here, at this hour?' He said, 'I did not come out except for helping an oppressed person or assisting a petitioner.' At this time a woman came toward him who was disheartened and bewildered. She stopped before him and said, 'O Amir al-Mu'minin, my husband has wronged me, harassed me, and threatened to beat me. Come along with me to go to him.' He lowered his head, then raised it and said, 'No, by Allah, until the right of the oppressed is secured,' without stammering. 'Where is your house?' She said, 'In such a neighborhood.' He went along with the woman until they reached her house. The woman said, 'This is my house.' The narrator goes on to say, he greeted, and then a man came out who was wearing a long colorful garment. Then Ali, as, told him, 'Be wary of Allah. You have scared your wife.' The young man said, 'What do you have to do with her? By Allah, I will burn her because of your words.' The narrator says, happy smiley, whenever he, Ali, as, went somewhere he would carry his whip in his hand, and wear his sword. If someone was judged to be punished by whipping, he would whip him, and if someone was judged to be punished with a sword, he would promptly carry it out. All of a sudden the young man noticed that Ali, as, had unsheathed his sword, and was saying, 'I am bidding you to do good and refraining you from doing wrong, and you are rejecting good. Repent, or I will kill you.' The narrator says, happy smiley people from the nearby alleys came toward Amir al-Mu'min, as, and crowded before him. At this time, the young man repented and said, 'O Amir al-Mu'min, forgive me. May Allah forgive you, too. By Allah, from now on, I will be like the ground for her to step on.' Then he ordered the woman to go back to her house, and he himself returned home, too, while reciting, 'There is no good in much of their secret talks, excepting him who enjoins charity or what is right or reconciliation between people.' 63. Praise be to Allah who through me reconciled between a woman and her husband. Allah, the Blessed and the Exalted, says, 'There is no good in much of their secret talks, excepting him who enjoins charity or what is right or reconciliation between people, and whoever does that, seeking Allah's pleasure, soon we shall give him a great reward.' 64. 354 Al-Kafi, related by Usaid b Safwan, a companion to the Holy Prophet, on the day of Amir al-Mu'minin's demise, the town of Kufa was quivering by peoples, weeping, and the people were astounded just like the day of the Prophet's demise. Meanwhile, a man came running toward us, while uttering the Asturja phrase, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, indeed we belong to Allah, and to him do we indeed return. 65 And said, 'Today, the chain of succession broke off.' He stopped at the door of the house in which Amir al-Mu'minin, was, and said, 'O Abu al-Hasan, may Allah have mercy upon you. You were the first one of this people in embracing Islam, and their most sincere in faith. The weak and degraded were powerful and dear with you, and the powerful and dear were weak and degraded with you until you would take back from them the rightful due. The distant people and the nearest ones were the same to you in this matter. 66c, 6/6, direct contact with people. 6.12 Setting up complaints house. 355 Sub-Al-Asha, the first person who set up a place for the complainants to lodge their complaints was Amir al-Mu'minin Ali Babi Talib, AS. 67. 356 Al-Awil related by Muhammad B. Sirin, Ali, AS, set up a house in which the people would lodge their complaints, so long as they wrote curses and dropped in it. Then, he closed it down. 68. 357 Shahnaj al-Balahar, there was a house belonging to Amir al-Mu'minin, which he named Bait al-Chisas, the complaints house, and the people would drop their letters of complaints in it. 69. 358 Imam Ali, AS, to his companions, any one of you who have a request from me, write it in a note so that I spare you from direct questioning. 70. 6.13 Inspection in order to avert the tyranny of the troops. 359 Imam Ali, AS. From the servant of Allah Ali, Amir al-Mu'minin, to whomever through whose jurisdiction the army passes, whether collectors of revenue or officers of the realm. Now, I have sent an army that will pass by you, if Allah wills. I have instructed them about what Allah has made obligatory on them, namely that they should avoid molestation, and evade harm. I hold myself clear before you and those unbelievers who are under your protection from any annoyance committed by the army except when one is compelled by hunger, and there is no other way of satisfying it. Then, if any one of them takes anything through force, you should punish him. None of you should be silly enough to obstruct them or intervene in matters which we have allowed them by way of exception. I am myself in back of the army. So refer to me their high-handedness, and any hardship which is caused by them and which you cannot avert except through Allah, and through me. I shall then avert it with the help of Allah, if He so wills. 71. 6.14 Attempts toward unification of Muslim community. 360 Imam Ali, AS, in his letter to Abu Musa Ash'ari, in response to the issue of arbitration. Certainly, many people have turned away from many a lasting benefit of the next life, for they bent towards the world, and spoke with passions. I have been struck with wonder in this matter, upon which people who are self-conceited have agreed. I am providing a cure for their wound, but I fear lest it develops into a clot of blood, and becomes incurable. Remember that no person is more covetous than I for the unity of the Ummah of Muhammad, and their solidarity. I seek through it good reward, and an honorable place to return to. I shall fulfill what I have pledged upon myself. 72. 361 Imam Ali, AS, on warning against sedition, you should not become landmarks of sedition, and signs of innovations, but should adhere to that on which the rope of the community has been wound, and on which the pillars of obedience have been founded. 73. 362 Imam Ali, AS, from his speech to the Khawarij. And be with a great majority of Muslims, because Allah's hand of protection is on keeping unity. You should beware of division, because the one isolated from the group is a prey to Satan, just as the one isolated from the flock of sheep is a prey to the wolf. 74. 363 Imam Ali, AS, let the Islam and its dignity keep you away from rebelliousness and blathering, and keep your words in unity. Be obliged to the religion of Allah, for none other would be accepted from any one, and be obliged to the word of sincerity which makes the religion firmly set. 75. 364 Imam Ali, AS, you should therefore avoid change in the matter of Allah's religion for your unity in respect of a right, which you dislike, is better than your scattering away in respect of a wrong that you like. Certainly, Allah the Glorified has not given any person, whether among the dead or among those who survive, any good for his separation. 76. 365 Imam Ali, as certainly, Satan has made his ways easy for you and wants to unfasten the knots of religion, one by one, and to cause division among you in place of unity, and bring you turbulence by division. So, keep away from his evil ideas and enchantments. 77. 366 Imam Ali, as by Allah, no communities differ among themselves after their prophet except that their falsities overwhelm their truths, or what Allah wills. 78. 367 Imam Ali, as by Allah, I have begun thinking about these people, that they would shortly snatch away the whole country through their unity on their wrong, and your disunity, from your own right. 79. 368 Imam Ali, as, on warning people against disunity, you should also fear what calamities befell peoples before you on account of their evil deeds and detestable actions. Remember, during good or bad circumstances, what happened to them, and be cautious that you do not become like them. After you have thought over both conditions of these people, attach yourself to everything with which their position became honorable, on account of which enemies remained away from them, through which safety spread over them, by reason of which riches bowed before them, and as a result of which distinction connected itself with their rope. These things were abstention from division, sticking to unity, calling each other to it, and advising each other about it. You avoid everything which broke their backbone and weakened their power, such as malice in the heart, hatred in the chest, turning away from each other's help, and withholding the hand from one another's assistance. Think about the condition of people from among the believers who passed before you. What distresses and trials they were in. Were they not the most overburdened among all the people, and in the most straitened circumstances in the whole world? The pharaohs took them as slaves. They inflicted on them the worst punishments and bitter sufferings. They continuously remained in this state of ruinous disgrace and severe subjugation. They found no method for escape, and no way for protection from sufferings. Till when Allah, the Glorified, noticed that they were enduring troubles in His love, and bearing distresses out of fear for Him, He provided escape from the distress of trials. So, He changed their disgrace into honor, and fear into safety. Consequently, they became ruling kings and conspicuous leaders. And Allah's favors over them reached limits to which their own wishes had not reached. Look how they were when their groups were united, their views were unanimous, their hearts were moderate, their hands used to help one another, their swords were intended for assisting one another, their eyes were sharp, and their aims were the same. Did they not become masters of the corners of the earth, and rulers over the neck of all the worlds? Thereafter, also see what happened to them towards the end, when division overtook them, unity became fractured, and differences arose between their words and their hearts. They divided into various groups, and were scattered fighting among them. Then, Allah took away from them the apparel of His honor, and deprived them of the prosperity produced by His favors. Only their stories have remained among you for the guidance of those who may learn the lesson from them. You should take a lesson from the fate of the progeny of Ismail, the children of Ishaq and the children of Israel. How similar are their affairs, and how akin are their examples. In connection with the details of their division and disunity, think of the days when such tyrants as Cyrus and the Caesar become their masters. They turned them out from the pastures of their lands, the rivers of Iraq, and the fertility of the world, towards thorny forests, the passages of hot winds, and hardships in livelihood. In this way they turned them into just herders of camels. Their houses were the worst in the world, and their places of stay were the most drought-stricken. There was not one voice towards which they could turn for protection, nor any shade of affection on whose strength they could trust. Their condition was full of distress. Their hands were scattered. Their majority was divided. They were in great anguish and under layers of ignorance. They buried their daughters alive, worshipped idols, disregarded kinship, and practiced robbery. Now, look at the various favors of Allah upon them, that he deputed towards them a prophet who got them to pledge their obedience to him and made them unite at his call. 80. 1 Waqati Yusufan, 105, Natha al-Jurah, 1322. 2 Naj al-Balaha, letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 128 and 133, the Imam al-Islam, 1355 and 358. 3 Naj al-Balaha, letter 59, Baha al-Anwar, 33511-708. 4 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 176, Al-Garat, 1224. 5 Naj al-Balaha, letter 27 and 46, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 177. 6 Naj al-Balaha, sermon 126, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 185. 7 Naj al-Balaha, sermon 224, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muwiz, 506-9285, al-Sirat al-Mustachim, 163. 8 Naj al-Balaha, sermon 224, al-Sirat al-Mustachim, 163, Unabi al-Mawada, 14426. 9 Fadil al-Sahaba, 1538898, Al-Qaizal, 363/53. 10 Tariq Damishq, 42488, Al-Bidayah wa al-Nihaya, 8/5, Manachub al-Imam Amir al-Mumaynan, 257545. 11 Ubayd al-Abi Hurjufi was a brave champion, and one of the companions of Uthman. When the latter was killed, he became inclined toward Muawiyah and said, Allah knows that I love Uthman, and will help him until I die. Thus, he left for Sham and attended in the Battle of Siffin along with Muawiyah, and remained beside him until Ali, as, was killed. After the uprising of Imam Hussein, as, he left Kufa lest the Imam would enter Kufa while he was there, saying, By Allah, I do not want to see him nor he see me. When Imam Hussein, as, entered Qasr Bani Maqatil, one of the stations between Makkah and Kufa, and saw his tent, he sent one of his companions to him, Ubayd Allah, to call him for his assistance, but he did not reply. Imam Hussein, as, put on his shoes and went to him. He greeted and sat down. Then he invited him to join the uprising, but he did not reply. After Imam Hussein, as, was killed, Ubayd Allah went to visit Ibn Ziyad. The latter reprimanded him for not helping the troops of Yazid against Imam Hussein, as. Then, he held back his tears and left for the land of Karbala. He observed the battlefield and asked Allah's forgiveness for them, and composed a long poem in which he praised Imam Hussein, as, son of Fatima, as, and his martyred companions, showing his repentance and pity for not joining them in the uprising against the trickster tyrants of the time. Then he and his children rose up and turned to fighting and robbery. He robbed not only private but also public property. His uprising continued through the time of Mukhtar and Musabi, ending up to his cooperation with Abd al-Mali b Marwan. He was killed when confronting the troops of Musabi. Tariq al-Tabari, 6, 128-138. 12 Al-Kamal al-Tariq, 3/25. 13 Tariq al-Yaqubi, 2, 306. 14 Naj al-Balaha, sermon 216. Also compare, Al-Kafi, 8, 352-550. 15 Gra al-Hikam, 4780, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muwiz, 223-4347. 16 Al-Kafi, 8, 6926, Baha al-Anwar, 32-134-107. 17 Al-Kafi, 8, 386-586, Fala al-Salil, 372-248, Baha al-Anwar, 77365334. 18 Naj al-Balahar, letter 31, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 77, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 5269572. 19 Gra al-Hikam, 8529-30, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 4508004-5. 20 Gra al-Hikam, 2728, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 1002292. 21 Gra al-Hikam, 4745, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 2224333. 22 Gra al-Hikam, 1322, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 481202-3, Bihar al-Anwar, 781270. 23 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 97. 24 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 125. 25 Shah Naj al-Balahar, 20279-210. 26 Naj al-Balahar, letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 128 and 133, the Imam al-Islam, 1, 355 and 358. 27 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 138. 28 Naj al-Balahar, letter 53, the Imam al-Islam, 1, 354 356. 29 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 126 130. 30 Naj al-Balahar, letter 18, Bihar al-Anwar, 33492-499. 31 Naj al-Balahar, letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 142. 32 Naj al-Balahar, letter 67, Bihar al-Anwar, 33497-702. 33 Waqati Yusufan, 108, Bihar al-Anwar, 7535570. 34 Naj al-Balahar, letter 50, Waqati Yusufan, 107, Imam Ali, al-Tasi, 217381, al-Miyawa al-Mawazana, 103. 35 Tariq al-Yaqubi, 2202. 36 Kanz al-Amal, 5764-14315. 37 Gra al-Hikam, 8982. 38 Gra al-Hikam, 772, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 24219. 39 Shah Naj al-Balahar, 20318-656. 40 Gra al-Hikam, 3974, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 1332998. 41 Gra al-Hikam, 5266, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 2634781. 42 Gra al-Hikam, 9947. 43 Gra al-Hikam, 7842, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 4538112. 44 Gra al-Hikam, 9006. 45 Irshad al-Gulab, 321, al-Darajat al-Rafi'a, 288, Bihar al-Anwar, 28883. 46 Irshad al-Gulab, 322, al-Darajat al-Rafi'a, 289. Also compare, al-Garat, 1211. 47 Gra al-Hikam, 6114, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 3345705, Ibad, 521363. 48 Gra al-Hikam, 1778. 49 Gra al-Hikam, 8400, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 455-8245. 50 Naj al-Balaha, letters 76, Bihar al-Anwar, 33498-704. 51 Gra al-Hikam, 3505. Also compare, the Aim al-Islam, 1355. 52 Naj al-Balaha, letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 128. 53 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 20269-113. 54 Al-Kafi, 720920, Tadib al-Arkam, 1048178, Uyan Akbar al-Riay, 239118. 55 Gra al-Hikam, 4580. 56 Naj al-Balaha, letter 53, Tuaf al-Ukal, 145. 57 Gra al-Hikam, 8966, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 4287261. 58 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 3, Ma'ani al-Akbar, 1362, al-Irshad, 1289, Ayl al-Sharir, 151/12. 59 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 136, Bihar al-Anwar, 324933. 60 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 37, Bihar al-Anwar, 3935125. 61 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 135. 62 Manachab al-Abi Talib, 2106, Bihar al-Anwar, 41577. 63 Al-Kern, 4114. 64 Al-Iqtisas, 157, Bihar al-Anwar, 40113. 65 Al-Kern, 156. 66 Al-Kafi, 14544, Kamal al-Din, 388-390/3, Al-Sadaq, Al-Mali, 312363. 67 Sub al-Aisha, 1414. 68 Al-Wa'il, 142. 69 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 17/87. 70 Al-Aqd al-Farid, 1203. 71 Naj al-Balaha, letters 60, Bihar al-Anwar, 33486-691. 72 Naj al-Balaha, letters 78, Bihar al-Anwar, 33304-554. 73 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 151, Unabi al-Mawada, 3372-4. 74 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 127, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 101-2312, Bihar al-Anwar, 33373-604. 75 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 4/45. 76 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 176, Bihar al-Anwar, 231-376, Unabi al-Mawada, 34379. 77 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 121. 78 Al-Mufid, Al-Mali, 2354/5, Al-Tasi, Al-Mali, 11/13, Waqati Yusufan, 224. 79 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 25. 80 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 192, Bihar al-Anwar, 1447-37. Chapter 7, Judicial Policies. 7.1 Selection of the Elite for Judgment. 369 Imam Ali, A.S., in his letter to Mālik Ashtar, then choose to judge among men him who in your sight is the most excellent of subjects, i.e., one who is not beleaguered by complex affairs, who is not rendered ill-tempered by the litigants, who does not persist in error, who is not distressed by returning to the truth when he recognizes it, whose soul does not descend to any kind of greed, who is not satisfied with an inferior understanding of a thing, short of the more thorough, who hesitates most in acting in the face of obscurities, who adheres most to arguments, who is the least to become annoyed at the petition of the litigants, who is the most patient in waiting for the facts to become clear, and who is the firmest when the verdict has become manifest, a man who does not become conceited when praise is lavished upon him, and who is not attracted by temptation. But such men are rare. 1. 7.2 Financial support of the judges. 370 Imam Ali, A.S., in his letter to Mālik Ashtar, then choose to judge among men him who in your sight is the most excellent of subjects, and grant generously to him that which will eliminate his lacks, and through which his need for men will decrease too. 7.3 Job security for judges. 371 Imam Ali, A.S., in his letter to Mālik Ashtar, then choose to judge among men him who in your sight is the most excellent of subjects. Bestow upon him that station near to you to which none of your other favorites may aspire, that by it he may be secure from character assassination before you by men of importance. In sum, study that, i.e., the selection of judges, with thorough consideration, for this religion was prisoner in the hands of the wicked, who acted with it out of caprice, and used it to seek the pleasures of the present world. 3. It is also narrated in the same letter in Tuhaf al-Ukul Happy Smiley then, very often check his decisions, and grant generously to him that which will eliminate his lacks, and through which his need for men will decrease. Bestow upon him that station near to you to which none of your other favorites may aspire, so that he remains safe from the harm of those around you. Be respectful to him when you associate with him, favor him in sessions, agree to his judge, implement his rulings, support him, and choose the best of his matches as his supporters. They should be from among jurisprudents and people of piety who would advise for the sake of Allah and his servants. He may discuss with them in any doubtful question, refer to them in what he does not attend, and they should be witnesses on his settlement of disputations, God willing. 4. 7.4 Enjoining to observe judgment rules. 372 Imam Ali, A.S., to Shura, look into the state of those delaying in discharging people's rightful due from among the rich and the needless, who put the Muslims' riches at the ruler's disposal. So, take the Muslims' rightful due from them, and sell the houses and lands, for I heard the Messenger of Allah saying, delay by the rich Muslims is equal to oppression to Muslims, and those who do not own lands, nor houses or wealth are not to be obliged. And let it be known that no one will enjoin people to rightfulness except he who drive them away from falsehood. Then, treat Muslims equally by way of your facial expression, speaking, and meeting, so that those who are near you not to be tempted to do injustice, and your enemy not to lose hope at your justice. And return the swearing to the claimant by presenting evidence, 2 witnesses, for this will remove ambiguity and maintain sound judgment. And let it be known that Muslims are just, with some bearing witness to others except the one who has been whipped for a punishment, and has not repented or is known as giving false witnesses. And take care not to express suffering and pain in a judgment session, for Allah has decreed a reward for it, and there is a good reward in store for the one who judges rightfully. And let it be known that peace among Muslims is permissible, excepting the peace that renders unlawful something lawful or lawful something unlawful, and give a respite to the one who claims to have absent witnesses. If he presents them, his right will be restored, and if not, he will be duly judged. Take care not to carry out a verdict concerning retaliation, qisas, divine sanctions, and the Muslims' rights without informing me about it, God willing. And do not sit for judgment except after you have had your meal. 5. 373 Al-Kafi, related by Ahmed b Abi Abd Allah, in the form of Marfu 6 Amir al-Mu'minin told Shura, do not whisper to anyone in a judgment session, and if you get infuriated, stand up. Then, Do not make any judgment while being infuriated. 7. 374 Imam Ali, as, when he was informed that Shurey was making judgments in his house, O Shurey, sit in the mosque, as it is more just to be among the people, and certainly it is feebleness for a judge to sit in his house. 8. 375 Imam Ali, as, from his letter to Rifai, when appointed him as his judge in Awaz, leave aside aspirations, object to the desires, and adorn knowledge with righteous manners. Forbearance is a good assistant for religion. Should forbearance be a man, it would be a competent one. Beware of expressing boredom, for it is a sign of folly and meanness. Do not let the one who is not your like attend your sessions, and choose the brave men. Judge by the appearances, and leave the interior to the knower, Allah. Give up saying, I suppose, or it seems to me. There is no ambiguity in religion. 9. Do not dispute with the fools and the legal experts, fuchs, because the latter will deprive you of his blessings, and the former will dishearten you by his evils. Do not dispute with the people of the book except in a manner that is best by the Quran and the Sunnah. Do not accustom yourself to laughter, for it effaces your eminence, and make your enemy brazen against you. Beware of accepting gifts from the adversaries, and be wary of the inward state of affairs. The one who trusts in a silly woman, and consults with her, and consents to her will repent. Beware of the tears of the faithful, for the one who moves them to tears will be shattered, and the seas of fire will be put out with their tears. Do not humiliate the adversaries, and do not chide the beggar. Do not associate with the inexpert in the judgment sessions, and do not consult with them in your verdicts, for consultation is done in warfare, and in urgent expediency. Religion is not a matter of opinion, rather, it is a matter of following and obedience. Do not waste the obligations, and do not merely depend on supererogation. Do good to the one who did evil to you, forgive the one who did you injustice, pray for the one who assisted you, pardon the one who deprived you, and be humble to the one who granted to you. Be thankful to Allah for what He granted to you, and praise Him for what He tried you with. Knowledge consists of these three: the firm sign, the established practice, and the just duty, and their touchstone is what we command. 10. 376 Imam Ali, as, to Rifai, do not make judgment while you are angry, nor when you are drowsy. 11. 377 Imam Ali, as, in his letter to Muhammad bin Abi Bakr, if you judge among people, you should treat them with gentleness, treat them leniently, relax your face before them, and use equal looks at them, so that the chief will not expect your injustice for their sake, and the weak will not despair of your fairness with them. 12. 378 Imam Ali, as, the one who practices justice should treat people equally in looks and sitting postures. 13. 379 Imam Ali, as, it behoves a judge to avoid paying attention to one of the litigants, to share his glances at them equally, and not to let one party do injustice to the other. 14. 380 Al-Imam al-Sadiq, as, a man came to Ali, as, to stay with him, as a guest. Then he brought up a lawsuit that he had not earlier informed Amr al-Mu'minin about. Amr al-Mu'minin asked him if he were one of the litigants. And he said he was. Then he said, Go away from us, verily the Messenger of Allah has prohibited that one litigant be a guest to the judge, unless the other one be with him. 15. 7.5 Dismissing judges violating judgment rules. 381 Ali Amr al-Mu'minin appointed Abu al-Aswad al-Duli as a judge. Then he dismissed him. He, Abu al-Aswad, asked him, Why did you dismiss me, whereas I did not commit any crime nor betrayed? Ali, as, replied, I noticed your voice was louder than that of the litigant. 16. 7.6 Overseeing the judgment of the judges. 382 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar after mentioning to him the way to select judges, then, very often check his decisions. 17. 383 Imam Ali, AS, to Shura, take care not to carry out a verdict concerning retaliation, qisas, divine sanctions, and the Muslims' rights without informing me about it, God willing. 18. 384 Al-Imam al-Sadiq, AS, when Amir al-Mu'minin appointed Shura as a judge, he warned him not to carry out any verdict unless he informs him about it. 19. 7.7 Warning against unjust and negligent judgments. 385 Imam Ali, AS, the vilest act is the injustice of the judges. 20. 386 Imam Ali, AS, the one whose judgments are unjust, his power will vanish. 21. 387 Imam Ali, AS, among all the people the most detested before Allah Almighty there are two persons, and the one who has picked up men from among the ignorant, he is senseless in the thickness of mischief. Those resembling like men have named him scholar, but he has not lived soundly even for a day. He goes out early morning to collect things whose little is better than plenty, till when he has quenched his thirst from polluted water, and acquired meaningless things. He sits among the people as a judge responsible for solving whatever is confusing to the others. And if he opposes the judge preceded him, he will not be secure of his verdict being invalidated by the one who come after him, as he did to the preceding ones. If an ambiguous problem is presented before him, he manages shabby argument about it of his own accord, and passes judgment on its basis. In this way he is entangled in the confusion of doubts, as in the spider's web, not knowing whether he was right or wrong. He does not consider as knowledge what he does not accept it himself, and believes in no religion except what he has come to believe himself. If he measures something with another, he will not disclaim his own view, and if he wrongs, he will conceal it lest they tell him he does not know, for he is well aware of his own ignorance. Thus, he ventures to make judgments. So, he is the key to darkness, seeking doubts, and wandering astray in ignorance. He does not excuse for what he does not know so as to keep safe. He does not try to find the reality of knowledge in order to make gains. He scatters the traditions, as the wind scatters the dry leaves. The unjustly divided inheritances will weep because of you, and the blood will cry on account of you. By his judgments, what is lawful becomes unlawful, and what is unlawful becomes lawful. He is neither to be trusted in the verdicts he passes nor is competent in what is performed by him, for he, only, claims to have knowledge about rights. 22. 7.8 Imams direct judgments. 388 Ali, AS, is reported to have been sitting in the mosque of Kufa to judge, and there was a special platform for this purpose, called the Platform of Judgment, Dakatu al-Qada. 23. 389 Irshad al-Gulab, it is reported that when Ali, AS, found respite from battles, he would engage in educating people, and judging among them. 24. 390 Imam Ali, AS, from his sermon when he assembled people, exhorted them to jihad, and they all kept silent. What is the matter with you? Have you become dumb? A group of them replied, O Amir al-Mu'minin, if you go forth we shall be with you. Whereupon Amir al-Mu'minin said, what has happened to you? You may not be guided aright or shown the right path. Should in these circumstances I go forth? In fact, at this time one of the brave and the valorous among you whom I select should go out. It does not befit me to leave the army, the city, the public treasury, the land revenue, and the dispensation of justice among Muslims, and looking after the demands of the claimants, and then follow one contingent after the other moving here and there like a featherless arrow moving in the quiver. I am the axis of the mill. It rotates on me while I remain in my position. As soon as I leave it, the center of its rotation would be disturbed, and its lower stone would also be disturbed. By Allah, this is a very bad advice. 25. 7.9 Consistency in judgment procedures. 391 Imam Ali, AS, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, then, you should do your best for inspecting the reporters on judgments. They should not disagree nor dispute regarding the verdict of Allah and the traditions of the Prophet. Disagreement is the waste of justice, inadvertence in the religion, and cause of divergence. Allah has shown what to do and what to spend, and ordered to refer to those with whom Allah has entrusted the knowledge of His book, and authorized for issuing rulings in what they are ignorant. Divergence of judges occurs when tyranny controls them, and each depends on his own opinion without referring to those whose leadership is imposed by Allah. Neither the religion nor its followers will be righteous by such behaviors. Judges should issue verdicts according to what they know from the Prophet's traditions and practices. If it is impossible for them to judge in a case, they should refer to the people of judging. If people of judging are absent, they should discuss the case with the Muslims' jurisprudence. They should not leave this to other categories of people. Two judges of the Muslim community should never issue different rulings regarding one case before they file it before the leader. Hence, the leader will judge in that matter according to his knowledge that he received from Allah. The two judges then should agree on the leader's ruling whether it corresponds or differs their opinions. You should have piercing eye in this matter because this religion has formerly been a prisoner in the hands of vicious persons when action was taken according to passion and worldly wealth was sought. Write letters to the judges of your regions ordering them to provide before you any question of judgment about which they dispute. You should see into these rulings, authorize any ruling that you find consistent with Allah's book, the Prophet's traditions, and the Imam's indication, and order the judges to follow. Regarding matters that you suspect, you should gather the jurisprudence before you and discuss the matter with them. Authorize what they agree upon unanimously. Each matter about which the subjects dispute should be referred to the Imam. The Imam should seek Allah's aid, and do his best for instituting the doctrinal provisions, and imposing the subjects to follow his commandment. There is no strength save in Allah. 26. 392 Imam Ali, A.S., on disparagement of the differences of view among scholars. When a problem is put before any one of them, he passes judgment on it from his imagination. When exactly the same problem is placed before another of them, he passes an opposite verdict. Then these judges go to the chief who had appointed them, and he confirms all the verdicts, although their Allah is one and the same, their Prophet is one and the same, their book, the Quran, is one and the same. Is it that Allah ordered them to differ and they obeyed him? Or he prohibited them from it but they disobeyed him? Or is it that Allah sent an incomplete faith and sought their help to complete it? Or they are his partners in the affairs, so that it is their share of duty to pronounce and he has to agree? Or is it that Allah the Glorified sent a perfect faith, but the Prophet fell short of conveying it and handing it over to the people? The fact is that Allah the Glorified says, "We have not omitted anything from the book," 27. And says that one part of the Quran verifies another part, and that there is no divergence in it, as he says, "Had it been from someone other than Allah, they would have surely found much discrepancy in it." 28. Certainly the outside of the Quran is wonderful, and its inside is deep in meaning. Its wonders will never disappear, its marvels will never pass away, and its intricacies cannot be cleared except through itself. 29. 7.10 Execution of legal punishment equally on near of kin and strangers. 393 Imam Ali, A.S., in his sermon, "The most appropriate thing a ruler should undertake about his subjects is to commit himself to the affairs that Allah has imposed on them as his rights in the religious matters. Certainly, it is upon us to command you on what Allah has commanded you to do, and prohibit you from what Allah has prohibited you from doing. And it is also upon us to carry out Allah's commands on both the people who are near and those who are far in kinship, and not to heed on whom justice is being administered." 30. 394 Al-Imam al-Bachir, indeed, Amir al-Mu'minin ordered Kanbar to whip a man as legal penalty. He gave the man the due lashes plus 3 more. Ali, A.S., found out about it and retaliated him with 3 lashes in return. 31. 395 Al-Imam al-Sadiq, as Amir al-Mu'minin said to Umar b Khattab, there are three things that if you take heed of and act accordingly, you will be free from needing other things, and if you abandon them, other things will be of no benefit to you. Umar asked, what are those three, O Abu al-Hasan? The Imam said, executing legal penalty on the near and the far of kin, administering justice on the basis of the Book of Allah in both states of anger and satisfaction, and equitable distribution among the black and the white. Umar said, by my life, you said it tersely and eloquently. 32. See the Encyclopedia of Amir al-Mu'minin, Volume 7, Section 7, Chapter 4, Najashi, Tariq b Abd Allah. 7.11 Submission to Judgment. 396 Al-Kamal Fi al-Tariq related by Al-Shabai, Ali, as, found his shield with a Nazarene. He took him to Shurey, the judge, sat beside him and said, if my litigant were a Muslim, I would be equal to him. And then said, this is my shield. The Nazarene said, this is my own shield, and Amir al-Mu'minin was not lying. Shurey asked Ali, as, do you have any evidence? Ali, as, said, laughing, no. The Nazarene took the shield, walked a few steps away, and then returned and said, I bear witness that these are the Prophet's commands. Amir al-Mu'minin brought me to his judge, and he judged against him. Then the Nazarene converted to Islam, and admitted that Ali, as, had unknowingly dropped the shield on his way to Siffin. Ali, as, was pleased by his embracing Islam, and granted his the shield as well as a horse. The Nazarene took part in his company in the battle against Khawarij. 33. 397 Al-Garad related by Shabai, Ali, as, found his shield with a Nazarene. He took him to Shurey and made a complaint against him. When Shurey noticed him, he headed for another direction. Ali, as, said, stop where you are. He went to him, sat beside him and said, O Shurey, if my litigant were a Muslim, I would certainly sit next to him, but he is a Nazarene, and the Messenger of Allah said, if you happen to walk on the same way with them, the people of the book, force them to the narrow part of the road, and humiliate them, as Allah has humiliated them, but do not do any injustice to them. Then Ali, as, said, this is my shield, and I have not sold it, nor given it away. Shurey told the Nazarene, what does Amir al-Mu'minin say? This is my shield, and to my view Amir al-Mu'minin is not a liar. Said the Nazarene. Shurey faced Ali, as, and asked, do you have any evidence? He said he did not. Then Shurey passed the verdict in favor of the Nazarene. Then he, the Nazarene, delightedly set out to go, turned back and said, let it be known that I bear witness that this judgment is the type of Prophet's judgments. Amir al-Mu'minin brought me to his judge, and he passed a verdict against him. I bear witness that there is no God apart from Allah, who is unique and without partners. I also bear witness that Muhammad is his servant and his prophet. I swear by Allah, O Amir al-Mu'minin, the shield is yours. It dropped off your tawny camel while you were on your way to Siffin along with your troops. Then Amir al-Mu'minin said, now that you have embraced Islam, keep the shield for yourself, and he mounted him on a horse, granting it to him too. 34. 398 Rabi al-Abra, a man made a complaint to Umar against Ali, as, who was sitting down. Umar faced Ali, as, and said, O Abu al-Hasan, get up and sit next to your litigant. Ali, as, stood up and sat next to his litigant, and both began to debate. The man left, and Ali, as, returned to his place. Umar found him troubled in his face, and asked him, O Abu al-Hasan, why do I see you disturbed? Are you upset about what happened? He said, yes. Why? Asked Umar. Ali, A.S., replied, "You called me by my nickname in the presence of the litigant. Why did you not say, 'O Ali'? Get up and sit next to your litigant." Umar held Ali, A.S.'s head in his hands, and kissed between his eyes. Then said, "May my father be sacrificed for you. Because of you, Allah guided us, and by you, He moved us out of darkness into light." 35. 7.12 The status of Islamic State expediency in issuing verdicts. 399 Al-Garrett related by Shureh, Ali, A.S., sent someone to me ordering me to go on judging as you did before until the integration and consistency of people's affairs is maintained. 36. 400 Shah Naj al-Balahar explaining Ali, A.S.'s statement, "If my steps acquire firmness out of these slippery places, I would alter several things. Undoubtedly, in certain legal ordinances and events he moved in a direction which contradicted the companions, Sahabas, declarations on such issues as amputation of the thief's tips of fingers, rather than the whole hand, sale of a slave maid having children from her master, etc. What prevented him from reforming the previous ordinances was his involvement in battles against the rebels and courageous, to which he referred as madahid, slippery places, and out of which he wished his steps acquired firmness. Thus, he ordered his judges to go on judging as you did before until the integration and consistency of people's affairs is maintained." Here the word "until" suggests that he allowed them to follow the previous procedures in judgment so long as people's integration is maintained, and it is evident that the clauses after "until" and "as far as" are in contrast to the main clauses, i.e., when integration is maintained, do not follow the previous procedures anymore. 37. 1 Naj al-Balahar, Letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 135. 2 Naj al-Balahar, Letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 135 and 136, Bihar al-Anwar, 33605-744. 3 Naj al-Balahar, Letter 53. 4 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 136. 5 Al-Kafi, 74121, Talib al-Arkam, 6225541, Man la Yarayu al-Faji, 3153243. 6 A hadith, which is either directly or through intermediaries attributed to the Prophet, or one of the Imams, A.S. Mujam al-Mustalahat al-Rijal wa al-Darer, 155. 7 Al-Kafi, 74135, Man la Yarayu al-Faji, 3143239. 8 The Imam al-Islam, 2-534-1897. 9 Apparently it is intended to say that divine ordinances are explicit and there is no need for dispute and philosophizing. 10 The Imam al-Islam, 2-534-1899. 11 The Imam al-Islam, 2-534-1909, Dastaru Ma'alim al-Hikam, 63. 12 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 177, Bihar al-Anwar, 33586-733. 13 Al-Kafi, 74133, Talib al-Arkam, 6226543, Nazb al-Raya, 4/73. 14 The Imam al-Islam, 2-533-1895. Talib al-Arkam, 6226544. 15 Al-Kafi, 74134, Talib al-Arkam, 6226544, Man la Yarayu al-Faji, the 3rd of December, 3236. 16 Ali Ali, 2-3435. 17 Naj al-Balahar, Letter 53, Bihar al-Anwar, 33605-744. 18 Talib al-Arkam, 6226541, Al-Kafi, 1, Man Lao Yorau Ul for G, 3, 163243. 19 Al-Kafi, 7, 4073, Tadib Al-Arkam, 6, 217510, The Imam Al-Islam, 2, 534, 1898. 20 Gra Al-Hikam, 3011, Huayan Al-Hikam wa Al-Muwiz, 1192671. 21 Gra Al-Hikam, 7943, Huayan Al-Hikam wa Al-Muwiz, 4548161. 22 Al-Kafi, 1556, Al-Naj Al-Balaha, Sermon 17, Al-Irshad, 1231, Al-Ihtijaj, 1621-143. 23 Ali Ali, 23448. 24 Irshad Al-Gulab, 218, Uda Al-Dha'i, 101, Bihar Al-Anwar, 103-1670. 25 Naj Al-Balaha, Sermon 119. 26 Juhaf Al-Ukal, 136, Bihar Al-Anwar, 77251-1. 27 Al-Qur'an, 638. 28 Al-Qur'an, 482. 29 Naj Al-Balaha, Sermon 18, Al-Ihtijaj, 1620-142, Bihar Al-Anwar, 22841. 30 Al-Garat, 2501, Bihar Al-Anwar, 2725415. 31 Al-Kafi, 72601, Tadib Al-Arkam, 10278-1085, The Imam Al-Islam, 2444-1552. 32 Tadib Al-Arkam, 6227-547, Tariq Al-Yaqubi, 2208, Manachub Al-Abi Talib, 2147. 33 Al-Kamalfi Al-Tariq, 2443, Jawaya Al-Matalib, 2127. 34 Al-Garat, 1124, Bihar Al-Anwar, 101290-4, Al-Bidayah wa Al-Nihaya, 8/4. 35 Rabi Al-Abra, 3595, Al-Manachub, 98/99, Shiranaj Al-Balaha, 17/65. 36 Al-Garat, 1123. 37 Shahnaj Al-Balaha, 19161. Chapter 8, Security Policies. 8.1 Importance of Security. 401 Imam Ali, as the worst of cities is the one in which there is no security and prosperity. 1. 402 Imam Ali, as O Allah. You know what we did was neither to seek power nor to acquire anything from the vanities of the world. Rather, we wanted to restore the signs of your religion, and to usher prosperity into your cities so that the oppressed among your creatures might be safe, and your forsaken commands might be established. 2. 403 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, now soldiers, by the leave of Allah, are the fortresses of the subjects, the adornment of rulers, the might of religion, and the means of security. The subjects have no support but them. Never reject a peace to which your enemy calls you, and in which is God's pleasure, for in peace there is ease for your soldiers, relaxation from your cares, and security for your land. 3. 404 Imam Ali, as the fact is that there is no escape for men from a ruler, good or bad, in whose rule the faithful persons perform good acts, while the unfaithful enjoys worldly benefits. During the rule, Allah would carry everything to end. Through the ruler tax is collected, enemy is fought, roadways are protected, and the right of the weak is taken from the strong, till the virtuous enjoys peace, and allowed protection from the oppression of the wicked. 4. 8.2 Collecting information. 405 Imam Ali, as, in his administrators, in the name of Allah, the All-Beneficent, the All-Merciful. From the servant of Allah, Ali the Commander of the Faithful, to whomever of the administrators who reads my letter, now then, some men have sworn allegiance to us who have escaped, now. We suspect that they have moved towards the cities of the Basra region. Inquire your townspeople about them and assign secret agents from all over your land over them. Then, write to me of whatever you happen to find out in this respect. Wassalam, 5. 406 Waqati Yusufan, Ali, as, pretended that the next morning he would be setting out to fight against Muawiyah. The news reached Muawiyah, and the Shams got into a panic and were shattered by this rumor. Muawiyah b Sufyan, the standard-bearer of the Bani Salim tribe, was with Muawiyah while antagonizing him and the Shams and favoring the people of Iraq, and Ali b Talib, as. He used to write the news to Abd Allah b Tufail Amiri, who would then send it to Ali, as. 6. 407 Waqati Yusufan, Ali, as, sent a group to obstruct the course of the spring water to Muawiyah. The latter dispatched Alaric along with a gang toward them, and they dispersed them. Ali, as, group. Ali, as, secret agents came to him and reported what had happened. Then Ali, as, asked his companions, "What shall we do?" A group said do this and the others said do that. When he noticed their discrepancy, he ordered to prepare to launch an assault on Muawiyah the next morning. In the morning, he led them to the battle of Siffin, and the Shams were defeated. 7. 408 Ansab al-Ashraf, Ali, as, secret agent in Sham came to him and handed him a report on Bus. This secret agent is said to have been Qais b Zurayra b. Amr b Hichan Hamadani. Qais was Ali, as, secret agent in Sham and used to report the news to him. 8. 709 Imam Ali, as, from his letter to Abd Allah b Badal, beware of encountering the enemy's troops, until I come to you. Send the secret agents toward them and make sure they carry arms with them to fight with. The secret agents should be from among the brave troops, for the coward would not bring you correct reports. You and whoever is with you, by the leave of Allah, abide by my commands. Wassalam. 9. 410 Imam Ali, as, in the report on the Battle of Siffin, a man from the Himyar tribe, by the name of Hasan b Malik, was with Muawiyah and, at the same time, had correspondence with Ali b Abi Talib, as, informing him about the secrets of Muawiyah. 10. 8.3 Rectifying the enemies. 411 Imam Ali, as the one who rectifies his enemy, has, indeed, augmented his company. 11. 412 Imam Ali, as the one who corrects the opponents will achieve his goal. 12. 413 Imam Ali, as the pinnacle of prudence is rectifying the opponents, and putting up with the enemies. 13. 414 Imam Ali, as rectifying the enemies with nice words and decent behavior is more convenient than confronting them and fighting against them with pain and suffering. 14. 415 Imam Ali, as doing good to the wicked would rectify the enemy. 15. 416 Imam Ali, as the sages used to say in the past, it is befitting to frequent houses of others for 10 purposes. First, to the house of Allah for performing the rituals of Hajj, discharging Allah's right, and fulfilling his obligatory commands, and 9, to the houses of the enemies so as by tolerance their turbulence would calm down, and by leniency and visitation their enmity would resolve their enmity. 16. 417 Imam Ali, as refraining from persecuting others, would rectify the hearts of the enemies. 17. 418 Imam Ali, as shake hands with your enemies, even though they dislike it, for it is one of the things to which Allah has enjoined his servants, where, he says, repel evil with what is best. If you do so, behold, he between whom and you was enmity, will be as though he were a sympathetic friend. But none is granted it except those who are patient, and none is granted it except the greatly endowed. 18:19. 419 Imam Ali, as, from the aphorisms attributed to him, if your enemy pretended friendship and honesty to you, accept it with warm friendship, for if he goes on with this attitude, and gets accustomed to it, his friendship will turn sincere. 20. 8.4 Compromise accompanied by sagacity. 420 Imam Ali, as I found compromise more beneficial than combat so long as it is not weakening to Islam. 21. 421 Imam Ali, as of all the benevolence, guiding to peace and compromise is the best. 22. 422 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, never reject a peace to which your enemy calls you and in which is God's pleasure, for in peace there is ease for your soldiers, relaxation from your cares and security for your land. But be cautious, very cautious, with your enemy after having made peace with him, for the enemy may have drawn near in order to take advantage of your negligence. Therefore be prudent and have doubts about trusting your enemy in this matter. 23. 8.5 Keeping extremely vigilant against the enemy. 423 Imam Ali, as, the warrior should be wakeful, for, if he sleeps the enemy does not sleep. 24. 424 Imam Ali, as be extremely vigilant against your enemy. 25. 425 Imam Ali, as do not feel safe from any enemy, even though they express appreciation. 26. 426 Imam Ali, as the worst of the enemies is the one who is more insightful, and more surreptitious in conspiracies. 27. 427 Imam Ali, as, from the aphorisms attributed to him, be more wary of a surreptitious enemy than the enemy who openly fights against you. 28. 428 Imam Ali, as the weakest enemy in deception is the one who manifests his enmity. 29. 429 Imam Ali, as the one who manifests his enmity, is less deceitful. 30. 430 Imam Ali, as do not be deceived by the enemy's flattery, for the enemy is like water, which although it takes long to boil it with fire, it does not fail to put it, the fire, out. 31. 8.6 Not underestimating the enemy. 431 Imam Ali, as do not underestimate any of the enemies, even though he is weak. 32. 432 Imam Ali, as, from the aphorisms attributed to him, beware of underestimating the enemy, for it bars you from watchfulness. Many a small ones has defeated the great ones. 33. 433 Imam Ali, as, from the aphorisms attributed to him, do not underestimate the power of your enemy when you are fighting with him, for if you win the battle, you will not be praised, and if he defeats you, you are not excused. The weak that keep a watchful eye on the powerful enemy are closer to safety than the powerful who is conceited of his own power over the weak. 34. 8.7 Avoid consultation with the enemy, except for trial. 434 Imam Ali, as ignorant is the one who seeks consultation with his enemy. 35. 435 Imam Ali, as do not consult with your enemy, and conceal your news from him. 36. 436 Imam Ali, as consult with your enemies in order to find out the extent of their enmity, and their goals. 37. 437 Imam Ali, as, from the aphorisms attributed to him, as a trial, consult with your enemy in order to realize the extent of his enmity. 38. 438 Imam Ali, as he who seeks help from his enemy for meeting his need, will move farther away from meeting his need. 39. 8.8 Knowing the right time in encountering the enemies. 439 Imam Ali, as employ the strategy of waiting for possibilities and timeliness in order to gain victory. 440 Imam Ali, as do not assault the enemy before you are powerful enough. 41. 441 Imam Ali, as do not disclose your enmity to those over whom you have no power. 42. 442 Imam Ali, as do not challenge your enemy when he is upcoming, as his upcoming will help him over you, nor challenge him when he is turning away, as his turning away will suffice you over him. 43. 443 Imam Ali, as it is most destructive to your enemy, that you do not inform him that you have taken him as enemy. 44. 444 Imam Ali, as, from the aphorisms attributed to him, it is most fatal to your enemy, that you do not let him know that you have taken him as enemy. 45. 8.9 Not punishing on the basis of conjecture. 445 Al-Jamal, ibn Abbas entered the presence of Amir al-Mu'minin, and Ali, as, began to speak, and said, O ibn Abbas, do you have any news? He said, I saw Talha and Zubair. He told him, those two asked my permission for Umrah, pilgrimage, and I granted them permission after I had them pledge not to practice deception, commit perfidy or get involved in corruption. O ibn Abbas, by Allah, they have no intention other than sedition. I have the vision that they have gone to Makkah to seek assistance against me, for the treacherous libertine Yala B. Mani has taken the wealth of Iraq, and fast to spend to this end. The two men will soon ruin my affair, and shed the blood of my followers and companions. Abd Allah B. Abbas said, if you think so, why did you give them permission, and why did you not put them in jail, and shackle them so that the Muslims get rid of them? The Imam said, O ibn Abbas, are you getting me to start to tyrannies and practice evil before doing good, and punish them on the basis of conjecture and accusation? Far from it. By Allah, I will not withdraw from the pledge I made to Allah, as to judge on the basis of justice, and speaking the truth. O ibn Abbas, I gave them permission and I know what they will commit, however, I asked Allah for help against them, and I swear by Allah that I will kill them and make them hopeless, and they will not fulfill their wish, for Allah will punish them for their injustice, and perfidy to me and persecuting me. 46. 446 Tariq al-Tabari, related by Jundub, when Ali, as, was informed about the frivolities of Bani Najiyah, and the murder of their chief, he said, may his mother die. How feeble-minded he was, and how daring he was toward Allah. Once somebody came to me and said, there are men among your companions who, I am afraid, may separate from you. What do you think of them? I told him, I do not administer punishment on the basis of accusation, nor do I chastise on the basis of conjecture. I do not fight against anyone but the one who has antagonized me and manifested his enmity to me, and that I will not start to fight him unless after I have invited him and presented my proofs to him. Then, if he repents and returns to us, I will accept him as one of our brothers, but if he refused and wished for nothing but battle against us, we will ask Allah for helping us against him and will fight him. May Allah keep away from me what he wishes. Once again he came to me and said, I am afraid that Abd Allah B. Wab al-Razbi and Zid B. Husayn would ruin your affair. I heard them say things about you that if you hear, you will not let them go unless you kill or chastise them. So, never release them from the prison. I said, I consult with you about them. What do you suggest? He said, I suggest you to send for them and behead them. Then, I found out that he was neither pious nor wise. I said, by Allah, I do not suppose you are pious, nor helpful or wise. By Allah, if I ever wanted to kill them, it would be more fitting for you to say to me, be wary of Allah. Why do you consider their blood as lawful, since they have not killed anyone, nor have they rose up in war against you, or given up obeying you? 47. 447 Imam A. Sadiq, Amir al-Mu'minin Ali Abi Talib, upon whom be blessings from Allah, said in Kufa to the people, O people of Kufa, you suppose I do not know what can rectify you? Yes, I do. But I do not like to do so by ruining myself. 48. 448 Al-Garrett, reporting on withdrawal of Khalid b. Rashid, one of the courageous, from Amir al-Mu'minin, Abd al-Abi Quain says, I came to Amir al-Mu'minin and reported to him what I had heard about Khalid, what I had told his cousin, and what response he had given me. The Imam said, leave him alone. If he accepts the truth, we will know him by this and accept him, and if he rejects it, we will send for him. I said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, why do you not seize him right now to have him give his assurances, to be secure of his evils? He said, if we treat all those whom we accuse like this, then we should fill up prisons by them, and I do not believe it to be permissible to attack people, imprison them, and punish them, unless they have openly expressed their antagonism toward us. 49 See the Encyclopedia of Amir al-Mu'minin, 6, 447, The Revolt of Khalid b. Rashid. 8.10 Warning against torture. 449 Imam Ali, as he who whips a person out of cruelty, Allah, the Blessed and the Exalted, will whip him with fiery whips. 50. 450 Imam Ali, as among all the people the most detested before Allah is the person who bears a Muslim's back unrightfully and beat him who has not beaten him, or kill him who has not intended to kill him. 51. 451 Imam Ali, as, in his letter to the chiefs, collectors, of land tax, even if there had been no fear of punishment for revolt and disobedience, which Allah has prohibited, the reward in keeping aloof from it would be enough incentive to abstain from going after it. Then, have pity on others, so as to be pitied on, do not torture servants of Allah, and do not demand from them beyond their capacity. 52. 452 Imam Ali, as O people, I called you to the truth, you turned your back on me, and I beat you with a lash, you tired me out. Know that after me you will be ruled by rulers who would not be content with this, rather, they would torture you with whips and iron. But I do not torture you with whips and iron, for whoever tortures people in this world, Allah will torture him in the hereafter. 53. 453 Musnad Zayd, related by Zayd b. Ali, as, from his father, from his grandfather about Ali b. Abi Talib, as in truth, he, Ali, as, told Umar concerning a pregnant woman who had admitted to committing adultery, and Umar had ordered her to be stoned. Perhaps you have shouted at her or frightened her. Umar replied, that is so. Ali, as, said, have you not heard from the Messenger of Allah saying, there should be no legal punishment to the one who has confessed after being tortured? Certainly, the confession of the person whom you shackle, incarcerate, or threaten is invalid. He, the narrator, said, Umar released the woman. Then he said, women are unable to give birth to a son like Ali, as, Abi Talib, anymore. If Ali were not here, Umar would be ruined. 54. 454 Imam Ali, as, in his sermon at the beginning of his Hukuma, surely, Allah has made unlawful the things, which are not unknown, and made lawful the things, which are without defect. He has declared paying regard to Muslims as the highest of all regards. He has placed the rights of Muslims in the same grade of importance as devotion to himself and his oneness. Therefore, a Muslim is one from whose tongue and hand every other Muslim is safe save in the matter of truth. It is not, therefore, lawful to molest a Muslim except when it is obligatory. 55. 8.11 Warning against invective. 455 Imam Ali, as, related by Abd al-Abi Sharik, Hajj b. Adi, and Amr b. Hamk, went out while openly disavowing and cursing the Shumas. Ali, as, sent a message to them to avoid what he had been reported about. The two came to Ali, as, and said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, are we not in the right? He said, yes. They asked again, are they not in the wrong? He said, yes. They said, why, then, did you prevent us from cursing them? He said, I did not like you to be among the cursers and damners who curse and then disavow, but if you recounted their misbehavior and said, their conduct is such and their behavior is so, it would be more in the right and more plausible to give excuse for. And if instead of cursing and disavowing them, you would say, O Allah, preserve our blood and theirs, put things right between them and us, and deliver them from misleading so that the one who does not know the truth may know it, and the one who is eager for misguidance may be averted from it, this would be more lovely to me and better for you. They both said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, we accept your advice and we seek to be refined by your good manners. 456 Imam Ali, as do not find fault with your enemy even if he finds fault with you. 56. 8.12 Gentleness as long as no intrigue is going on. 457 Imam Ali, as gentleness will soften the roughness of opposition. 57. 458 Imam Ali, as, in the aphorisms attributed to him, get close to your enemy as far as you may fulfill your need, and do not get too close to him lest you should debase your comrades and yourself. Look at the stick erected before the sun. If you slant it, the shadow will elongate, and if you go to extremes in slanting, the shadow will diminish. 58. 459 Imam Ali, as, related from Abd al-Malik b'Abi Harat al-Hanafi, one day Ali, as, went out to give a sermon. He was lecturing while the Khawarij were chanting in a corner of the mosque, La hukm illa lillah, judgment belongs to Allah alone. Ali, as, said, Allahu Akbar, Allah is the greatest. It is a true word that is intended for a false meaning. If they keep silent, I will abandon them, if they go on talking, I will debate with them, and if they rise against us, we will fight them. 59. 460 Al-Sunan al-Kubra, related by Kathir bin Amir, I was attending the Friday prayer and Ali, as, was on the minbar, when a man rose and said, La hukm illa lillah, judgment belongs to Allah alone. Another person rose and said, La hukm illa lillah. Then the Khawarij stood up from around the mosque. Ali, as, beckoned to them to sit down, and said happy smiley yes, judgment belongs to Allah alone, a true word that is intended for a false meaning. I look at you by the judgment of Allah. Let it be known that to me there are three manners for you, so long as you are with us, we will not repel you from the mosque where you utter the name of Allah, so long as your hands are in ours, we will not deprive you of the public assets, and we will not fight with you unless you fight against us. Then he went on with his sermon. 60. 461 Al-Amwal, related by Kathir bin Amir, a man brought another man from Khawarij to Ali, as, and said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, I saw this man cursing you. He said, curse him back, the same way as he cursed me. He said, he threatened you. Ali, as, said, I will not kill the one who does not fight against me. Then he said, they have three rights over us, not to prevent them from the mosques where they utter the name of Allah, not to deprive them of public assets so long as their hands are in ours, and not to fight with them so long as they do not fight against us. 61. 462 Al-Muzanif, related by Kathir bin Amir, a man brought another man from Khawarij to Ali, as, and said he, and his band, threatened you and then ran away, and I caught this man. The Imam said, should I kill the person who has not fought against me? The man said, he cursed you. He said, you curse him too, or let him go. 62. See the Encyclopedia of Amir al-Mu'minin, 6, 390, the Imam's patience for the persecutions from the Khawarij, and tolerance towards them. 8.13 Exiling or incarcerating the plotters. 463 Shahnaj al-Balahar. It is related that Imran b. Husayn was one of those who had withdrawn from Ali, as, and Ali, as, had exiled him to Mardin, for he had said, "If Ali dies, I do not know how his death will come. And if he is to be killed, that I hope he will. I look forward to that." 63. 464 Al-Garad, related by Sa'idi Ash'ari, when setting out for Nahrawan, Ali, as, put a man from the Nakhar tribe by the name of Hani b. Hudda in his place. He wrote to Ali, as, that the Ghani and Bahila tribes have revolted and prayed that your enemy gain victory over you. Ali, as, wrote back, deport them from Kufa and do not neglect any of them. 64. 465 Tariq al-Tabari, related by Mahal b. Khalifa, a man from Bani Sad's tribe named Azab v. Aknas, who believed in Khawarij, sympathizing with them, set off a trip toward them. In the outskirts of Mardin, he ran into Adi b. Hatem, who was accompanied by Aswad b. Qais Muradi, and Aswad b. Yazid Muradi. When encountered Adi, Asa asked him, "Are you safely redeemed or tyrannically sinful?" Adi said, "Safely redeemed." The two Muradis said, "You did ask this only out of the evil you have in you. We know for sure that you harbor views of Khawarij. O Asa, you will not go away from us until we take you to Amir al-Mu'minin and report your state to him." A short while later Ali, as, came and they reported to him, saying, "O Amir al-Mu'minin, he is in the same opinion as that of the Khawarij. We know him." He said, "His shedding blood is not permissible to us, however, send him to prison." Adi b. Hatem said, "O Amir al-Mu'minin, leave him with me and I ensure that no harm would come to you from him." Ali, as, left him with Adi. 65. 1 Gra al-Hikam, 5684, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 294-5253. 2 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 131, Tadkira al-Qawaz, 120. 3 Naj al-Balahar, Letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 131, Ibad, 145. Also see, the Im al-Islam, 1/357. 4 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 40. 5 Al-Garad, 1-337, Bihar al-Anwar, 33407-628. 6 Waqati Yusufan, 468. 7 Waqati Yusufan, 360, Bihar al-Anwar, 32500-430, Shahnaj al-Balahar, 8/39. 8 Ansab al-Ashraf, 3212. 9 Al-Miyawa al-Mawazana, 131. 10 Al-Fuqaha, 3/78. 11 Gra al-Hikam, 8230, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 4457838. 12 Gra al-Hikam, 8043. 13 Gra al-Hikam, 7232. 14 Gra al-Hikam, 1926. 15 Gra al-Hikam, 1517. 16 Al-Hazel, 426/3, Bihar al-Anwar, 76161. 17 Gra al-Hikam, 9784. 18 Al-Kern, 41:34-35. 19 Al-Hazel, 63 3/10, Bihar al-Anwar, 7142-158. 20 Shahnaj al-Balahar, 20321-680. 21 Gra al-Hikam, 10138, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 5069288. 22 Gra al-Hikam, 9379, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 470-8579. 23 Naj al-Balaha, Letter 53, Cases al-Aima, 123, The Aim al-Islam, 1367. 24 Naj al-Balaha, Letter 62, Al-Garat, 1321. 25 Gra al-Hikam, 10301. 26 Ibad, 10197. 27 Ibad, 5781. 28 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 20311-575. 29 Gra al-Hikam, 3258, Shah Naj al-Balaha, 20343-947. 30 Gra al-Hikam, 7956. 31 Gra al-Hikam, 10298. Imam al-Bacha, A.S., says, when Amir al-Mu'minin, A.S., came down to the region of Nahrawan, he asked about Jamil b Bashiri, Anashiraan's scribe. They said he was still alive and having his daily sustenance. He ordered him to be summoned. When he arrived, he, Ali, A.S., he found him sound in his senses, except for his sight, clear-minded and highly talented. He asked him, O Jamil, how should man be? He said, he should have few friends and many enemies. The Imam said, you uttered a novel thing, O Jamil, as people are unanimous that it is better to have many friends. He said, it is not as they suppose, for when the friends are required to do something, they do not act as they should, as it is said, the ship sank because of too many sailors. Amir al-Mu'minin said, I have tried this and it is true, but what benefit is there in having many enemies? He said, when there are too many enemies, man is always cautious and careful not to utter a word by which to get stuck in trouble, or make a blunder to be reprimanded for. Therefore, he is always protected from erring. Amir al-Mu'minin approved this. Al-Thawat, 297/65, Bihar al-Anwar, 34345. 32 Gra al-Hikam, 10216. 33 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 20282-231. 34 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 20309-543. 35 Gra al-Hikam, 6663. 36 Ibad, 10198. 37 Ibad, 2462. 38 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 20317-634. 39 Gra al-Hikam, 8984. 40 Gra al-Hikam, 2347. 41 Ibad, 10258. 42 Kanz al-Fawaid, 2183, Bihar al-Anwar, 7893104. 43 Gra al-Hikam, 10306. 44 Natha al-Jurah, 1293. 45 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 20283-244. 46 al-Jamal, 166. 47 Tariq al-Tabari, 5131, Shah Naj al-Balaha, 3148, Al-Garat, 1371. 48 al-Mufid, Imam Ali, 2074/40, Bihar al-Anwar, 41-11018. 49 Al-Garat, 1333 and 335, Bihar al-Anwar, 33407-628, Shah Naj al-Balaha 3/129. 50 The Aim al-Islam, 2541-1927. 51 The Aim al-Islam, 2444-1551, Tadib al-Arkam, 10148588. 52 Waqati Sifan, 108, Naj al-Balaha, letter 51, al-Miyawa al-Mawazina, 122. 53 Al-Garat, 2, 458, Al-Irshad, 1, 322, Shah Naj al-Balaha, 2, 306. 54 Masnadazad, 335, Kashf al-Yakin, 73/55, Dagha al-Akbi. 55 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 167, Biha al-Anwar, 324026. 56 Gra al-Hikam, 10418. 57 Ibad, 560. 58 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 20342-923. 59 Tariq al-Tabari, 5/72, Al-Kamalfi al-Tariq 2/398, Ansab al-Ashraf, 3/135. 60 Al-Sunan al-Kubra, 8/319-16763, Tariq al-Tabari, 5/73, Al-Kamalfi al-Tariq, 2/398. 61 Al-Amwal, 245-567, Kanz al-Amal, 11-300-31569. 62 Al-Musanif Fi al-Hadith wa al-Athar, 8-614-147, Kanz al-Amal, 11-319-31616. 63 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 4/77. 64 Al-Garat, 1/18, Biha al-Anwar, 33356-588. 65 Tariq al-Tabari, 5/89. Chapter 9, Warfare Policies. 9.1 Endeavors in Military Training. Training the Troops. 466 Imam Ali, A.S., from his commandments to Zayd bin Ad, when he assigned him as the commander of his army in the Battle of Siffin, you should know that the vanguards are the harbingers, and the harbingers are the front. If you leave your country and approach your enemy, you should not feel weary from addressing the front to every side, and to some of the defiles, woods, and secret places as well as every area, so that your enemies will not raid or trap you. Do not give the orders of directing the battalions and tribes from morning to evening unless there are covering powers beyond them. If a matter occurs or a trouble befalls you, your camp should be on the heights, versants, or in rivers, so that they will form fortresses for you and will prevent your enemies from reaching you. Your fighting should be in one or two phases. Order the harbingers to settle on the summits of mountains, heights, and on the edges of rivers. They should oversee for you so that the enemies will not attack you from an expected or secured place. If you want to reside, you should reside collectively, and when you want to continue your march, you should continue collectively. When you reside at night, you should encompass your camp with spears and armors. The archers should protect the carriers of armors so that you will not be taken surprisingly or inattentively. Guard your army yourself. Beware, you should not sleep unbrokenly and should not pass a night with deep sleep. You should keep up this tradition until you meet your enemy. You should be slow in fighting. You may hurry only when a good opportunity arises for you. Do not fight before the enemy attacks you or you receive my order. Peace and Allah's mercy be upon you. 1. 467 Imam Ali, A.S., from his commandments to Mark al-Qasri, when he was dispatched to Syria, at the head of a vanguard contingent 3,000 strong, fear Allah before whom attendance is inevitable, and with other than whom there is no meeting. Do not fight except with those who fight you. Travel in the two cool periods, i.e. morning and evening. Let the men have midday sleep. March easily and do not travel during the early night, for Allah has made it for resting and has ordained it for staying, nor for journeying. Therefore give rest to your body in the night, and let your carrier beasts also rest. When you are sure that morning has appeared and when dawn has dawned, commence your journey with Allah's blessings. If and when you face the enemy, stand in the midst of your comrades. Do not get too near the foe, like the one who wants to commence the fighting, nor remain too distant like him who is afraid of action, till you receive my orders. Hatred for them should not lead you to fight before inviting them to guidance, and exhausting your pleas before them. 2. 468 Imam Ali, a.s., from his letter to some of his chiefs of army, if they, the enemies, return to the umbrella of obedience, then this is all that we want. But if the condition of these people points out towards disruption and disobedience, then, taking with you those who obey you, rush upon those who disobey you. And while you have those with you who follow you, do not worry about those who hold back from you, because the absence of a half-hearted man is better than his presence, and his sitting down is better than his rising up. 3. 469 Imam Ali, a.s. If the enemy launches an assault upon you, then array your troops on the gates of the ditches, for there exists nothing save swords, and stand firm on the ground after arraying the troops. Do not look at the enemies in the face, and their number should not scare you. Look to your own land and front instead. If they assault you, bend over on your horses, and hide yourselves behind your shields like an impenetrable stronghold, and if they turn their back on you, launch an attack on them with your swords. If they stand still, and you stand still on the other side too. And if they run away, rush on them and catch them. 4. 470 Imam Ali, a.s. If, God forbid, you happen to face a defeat, hold a gathering, and remember Allah, and remember how the deserters of the battlefield are promised to be punished, and reproach the one whom you see turning his back on the enemy. Gather the banners and unite them. The Rough Riders must hasten to bring the fugitives back to the troops and the army, and anyone hiding in the hideaways is to come back to you. When the dispersed troops were gathered and your power was reclaimed and defeat state left you, hand over the troops to the commanders, mobilize the forces, and fight. Seek assistance from Allah, and be patient, for there is great reward for perseverance at the time of defeat, and for the brave man's surprise attack on the enemy. 5. 471 Tariq Damish related by Ibn Abbas, women failed to give birth to the like of Amir al-Mu'minin Ali Babi Talib, a.s., any longer. By Allah, I neither see nor heard of any chief to be compared to him. I saw him at the Battle of Siffin wearing a turban, with the folders on both sides let down. His 2 eyes looked, glazing, like 2 fiery lights. He was standing before a small group, and inciting them to fight until he reached me while I was standing amid the people. Then he said, O gathering of the Muslims! Feel the fear of Allah, lower the voices, put on tranquility, wield your spears, and before drawing your sword give it a good shake. Wave your swords to the left and right, and strike them with their sharp edges. Coordinate your swords with your steps, and your arrows with your spears. Certainly, you are in the sight of Allah, and in the company of the Prophet's cousin. Launch your assaults consecutively and be ashamed of deserting, for it is a great shame that will remain in the groups and generations, and it is turned into fire on the resurrection. Keep yourselves lively and delighted, and step toward death readily and light-heartedly. Aim at the bulk of the enemy's troop and the tent whose ropes are stretched around, and aim at their hearts, for the Satan has mounted the unruly camel, and has extended his arms, holding one hand forward to attack and a foot backward to run away. So stay firm and persevere, so as the light of Allah may shine on you, and when you have the upper hand, and Allah is with you, and He will not stint the reward of your works. 67. 472 Imam Ali, a.s. Do not let your banners bend down, nor leave it alone. Do not give it to anyone except the brave, and the defenders of honor among you, because they alone endure the befalling of troubles. And know that the guardians are those who surround the banners, and encircle them on both sides, their rear and their front, and do not let it be ruined. They do not separate from them lest they give them over to the enemy, nor they go ahead of them lest they leave them alone. 8. B. Arrangement the troops. 473 The Imam al-Islam about Ali, as when preparing for combat, he would arrange the troops into the left, the right, and the middle flanks, with himself stationing in the middle. He would appoint liaisons for them, would send forth harbingers and would order them to lower their voices, to pray, to be one in the heart, to draw their swords, to display their power. He would also order every group to be stationed in their own positions, and that everyone who would make a raid should return to his position after the raid. 9. 474 The Imam al-Islam about Ali, as verily, when he prepared to go on a battle, he would prepare the battalions and separate among the tribes. He would appoint a person over every group, array the troops, and divide them into groups. Then he would set off for the battle. 10. 475 Imam Ali, as, on how to wage a war, send the infantry and the archers ahead to storm them, the enemy, with arrows, while the two flanks raid on them with spears. Set the riders and the elite forces as the support of the banner, and the forerunners, and do not leave your positions for a ride-off from the enemy who has been left alone. 11. 476 Imam Ali, as, in his commandment to the troops when dispatching them to confront the enemy, when you proceed towards the enemy or he proceeds towards you, the position of your forces should be on the high ground or on the mountain slopes or the bends of rivers so that it may serve you as shelter, and a place to return to and hindrance to the enemy. Your encounter should be from one side or two sides. Place watchers on the peaks of mountains and the raised sides of the high ground so that the enemy might not approach you from any place, whether of danger or safety. And know that the vanguard of an army serves as their eyes, and the eyes of the vanguard are their informers. Beware of dispersal. When you halt, do so together, and when you move you should move together. When night comes, fix your spears in a circle, and do not sleep except for dosing or napping. 12. See enjoining to get hold of one's weapon in battles. 477 The Imam al-Islam, verily, he, Ali, as, did not like a man to drop his weapon while in combat. When pointing out the prayer of fear, Allah said, the faithless are eager that you should be oblivious of your weapons and your baggage, so that they could assault you all at once. 13. So, the best thing for those who are in combat is not to separate their weapon from themselves by any means. 14. See the Encyclopedia of Amir al-Mu'minin, 7, 100, Martyrdom of Muhammad b.Abi Bakr, and 104, The Sorrow of the Imam. D. Exploiting the opportunities. 478 Imam Ali, as, about batting, the one who notices a chance from the enemy should raid on him and take advantage of the opportunity, of course after strengthening his position, and when his goal is achieved he should return to his position. 15. 479 Waqatu Siffin, in the Battle of Siffin, Arnaf b. Kaith Sadi addressed the people and said, O people of Iraq! By Allah, you will not confront this issue with your necks more lowered than you are today. They lifted the veils of shame from before your eyes, and they do not fight for the religion nor do they resist except out of shamefulness. So, proceed. They said, if we proceed today, it will be the same way as we proceeded yesterday, too. O Amir al-Mu'minin! What do you say? The Imam said, at the time of proceeding, do proceed, and at the time of withdrawal, withdraw. Proceed before they proceed toward you. 16. Tactical withdrawal. 480 Imam Ali, as retreat at the right time is the same as victory in its time. 17. 481 Imam Ali, as, he would say to his companions, at the time of battle, the retreat after which return is intended, and the withdrawal after which attack is in view should not make you unhappy. 18. 9.2 Forming a special forces. 482 Al-Imam al-Sadiq, as the elite army included 6,000 of Ali, as companions, 19. 483 Al-Iqtisas, related by Ali b al-Hakam, Amir al-Mu'minin's companions were those to whom he said, "Swear your allegiance. I do swear allegiance to you by the paradise, rather than by gold and silver." Our Prophet said in the past, "Swear allegiance as I do not swear allegiance to you except by the paradise." And they, Amir al-Mu'minin's companions, included Salman al-Farsi, al-Miqdad, Abu al-Ghafari, Abi Yasir, Abu Sassan, and Abu Amr al-Ansarian, Sa'al, Badri, and Uthman, the sons to Hanif al-Ansari, and Jabir b Abdallah al-Ansari. And from among his companions were, Amr b al-Hamq al-Khazai, the Arab, may them al-Tamar may them be Yahya, the freed slave Rashid al-Hijri, Habib b Mazhar al-Azadi, and Muhammad b Abi Bakr. His friends included, Al-Lm al-Azdi, Suwaid b Ghafla al-Jafi, Al-Harith b Abdallah al-Ayyur al-Hamdani, Abu Abdallah al-Jadli, Abu Yahya Hakim b Sadi al-Hanafi. His elite forces included, Abu al-Radi Abdallah b Yahya al-Qadrami, Salim b Qais al-Hilali, and Ubaydah al-Salmani al-Muradi, the Arab. The elect among his friends included, Tamim b Hadim al-Naji, who was killed as a martyr with Ali, as Kanbar, a slave freed by Ali b Abi Talib as, Abu Fakta, freed slave by Bani Hashim, and Abdallah b Abi Rafi, who was Ali, as secretary. 20. 484 Rijal al-Kashshi, related by Abu Jarad, I said to Asbab bin Ubaydah, "What is the status of this man, Ali, as, among you?" He said, "I do not know what you say, but our swords were on our shoulders, whomever he beckoned we would strike by sword." Ali, as, would say to us, "Swear your allegiance. I do swear allegiance to you by the paradise, rather than by gold and silver, and your allegiance is but for death." Certainly a group of the ancients from the Bani Israels swore allegiance among themselves. None of them departed from the world except that he was a prophet to his folk or his village or himself, and you are like them, except that you are not prophets. 21. 485 Rijal al-Kashshi, it is related from Amir al-Mu'minin that he told Abdallah b Yahya al-Hadrami in the Battle of Jamal, "Joyful tidings to you, O son of Yahya. For you and your father are indeed among the elite forces. The Messenger of Allah informed me that you and your father are named among the elite forces. Allah through the Prophet's tongue called you the elite forces, and said elite forces consist of 6 or 5,000 people. 22. 9.3 Paying special attention to the armed forces. 486 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, then inspect the affairs of the soldiers, as parents inspect their own child. Never let anything through which you have strengthened them distress you, and disdain not a kindness you have undertaken for them, even if it were small, for it will invite them to counsel you sincerely and trust you. Do not leave aside the examination of their minor affairs, while depending upon the examination of the great, for there is a place where they will profit from a trifling kindness, and an occasion in which they cannot do without the great. Among the chiefs of your army favor most him who assists the soldiers with his aid, and bestows upon them what is at his disposal to the extent that suffices both them and the members of their families left behind. Then their concern in battle with the enemy will be a single concern, for your kind inclination toward them will incline their hearts to you. Verily the foremost delight of the Ifa rulers is the establishment of justice in the land, and the appearance of love for them among the subjects. But surely the subjects' love will not appear without the well-being of their breasts, and their sincerity toward rulers will not become free from blemishes unless they watch over their rulers, find their governments of little burden, and cease to hope that their period of rule will soon come to an end. Therefore let their hopes be expanded, and persist in praising them warmly and taking into account the good accomplishments of everyone among them who has accomplished, for frequent mention of their good deeds will encourage the bold and rouse the indolent, God willing. Then recognize in every man that which he has accomplished, attribute not one man's accomplishment to another, and fall not short of attributing to him the full extent of his accomplishment. Let not a man's eminence invite you to consider as great an accomplishment that was small, nor a man's lowliness to consider as small an accomplishment that was great. 23. 9.4 Caring for the troops' morale. Encouragement. 487 Al-Kafi, related by Abu Sadiq, I heard Ali, as, encouraged people to war in 3 places, Jamal, Siffin, and Nahrawan. He would say, O servants of Allah, be wary of Allah, cast down your eyes, lower your voices, cut down your words, and prepare yourselves for battle, conflict, confrontation, struggle, warfare, involvement, and tough combat, and be steadfast, and remember Allah greatly so that you may be felicitous. And obey Allah and His Apostle, and do not dispute, or you will lose heart, and your power will be gone. And be patient, indeed Allah will be with the patient. 24-25. Imam Ali, as, delivered in the Battle of Jamal, when Amir al-Mu'minin gave the banner to his son Muhammad b al-Hanafiyyah, mountains may move from their position but you should not move from yours. Grit your teeth. Lend to Allah your head, in fighting for Allah, give yourself to Allah. Plant your feet firmly on the ground. Have your eye on the remotest foe, and close your eyes to their numerical majority. And keep sure that succor is but from Allah, the glorified. 26. 489 Imam Ali, as, to his followers, at the time of battle, the retreat after which return is intended, and the withdrawal after which attack is in view should not make you unhappy. Do justice with the swords, allow your swords to do their duties. Keep ready a place for the falling of bodies, of your foe, prepare yourselves for hurling strong spears, and striking swords with full force, and keep your voices down, as that keeps off cowardice. By him who broke open the seed, for growing, and created living beings, they, the hypocrites, had not accepted Islam but they had secured safety, by verbally professing it, and had hidden their disbelief. Consequently, when they found helpers for their disbelief they disclosed it. 27. 490 Imam Ali, as, exhorting his followers to fight, put the armored men forward, and keep the unarmored ones behind. Grit your teeth because this will make the swords skip off the skull, and dodge on the sides of the spears for it changes the direction of their blades. Close the eyes because it strengthens the spirit, and gives peace to the heart. Kill the voices because this will keep off spiritlessness. Do not let your banner bend down, nor leave it alone. Do not give it to anyone except the brave, and the defenders of honor among you because they alone endure the befalling of troubles, they surround the banners and encircle them on both sides, their rear and their front. They do not separate from them lest they give them over to the enemy. They do not go ahead of them lest they leave them alone. Everyone should deal with his adversary, and also help his comrade by his own life, and should not leave the adversary to his comrade, lest both his own adversary and his comrade join against him. By Allah, even if you run away from the sword of today you would not remain safe from the sword of the world to come. You are the foremost among the Arabs, and great figures. Certainly in running away there is the wrath of Allah, unceasing disgrace and lasting shame. And certainly a runaway does not lengthen his life, nor does anything come to intervene between him and his day of death. Who is there to go towards Allah like the thirsty going to the water? Paradise lies under the edges of spears. Today the reputations about the valor of warriors will be tested. By Allah, I am more eager to meet them in combat than they are for returning to their houses. O my Allah! If they reject truth, disperse their group, divide their words, opinions, and destroy them on account of their sins, They will not budge from their stand till the continuous striking of spears causes piercing of wounds, through which wind may pass, and the hitting of swords cuts through the skull, cleaves bones and breaks forearms and legs, till they are attacked by contingent after contingent and assaulted by detachments, which are followed by reserves for support, till their cities are continuously assailed by force after force, and till the horses trample even the extreme ends of the lands, the tracks of their beast and their meadows. 28. 491 Al-Kafi, related by Malik b. Alang, Amir al-Mu'minin, may the blessings of Allah be upon him, exhorted people in Siffin and said, Allah guided you to a transaction that will deliver you from painful torments, and persuade you to the good and the faith in Allah. And he has set aside as rewards for this the forgiveness of your sins, and agreeable abodes in the Garden of Eden. Allah, the Exalted, said, indeed Allah loves those who fight in his way in ranks, as if they were a compact structure. 29. Then, put the armored men forward, and keep the unarmored ones behind. Grit your teeth, because this will make the swords skip off the skull, and dodge on the sides of the spears, for it changes the direction of their blades. Close the eyes, because it strengthens the spirit, and gives peace to the heart. Kill the voices, because this will keep off spiritlessness, and is better for enhancing dignity. 30. 492 Imam Ali, a.s., in the aphorisms attributed to him, no one will practice forbearance in war, and voraciously face it, except three groups: those who are insightful in religion, or those who are zealous over sanctities, or those to whom degradation is torturous. 31. B. Watchword. 493 Imam Ali, a.s., verily, the Messenger of Allah commanded to proclaiming watchwords before launching war, and said, let there be one of divine names in your watchwords. 32. 494 Waqatu Siffin, related by Asbaq bin Nabata, Ali, a.s., never set out to fight except that he would cry Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, Sad. 33. 495 Al-Imam al-Sadiq, our watchword is O Muhammad, O Muhammad. And the watchword of the Muslims in the Battle of Badr was O divine triumph, come nigh, come nigh. And the watchword of the Muslims in the Battle of Uhud was O divine triumph, come nigh. And the watchword of the Battle of Bani Nadir was O Holy Ghost, comfort. And the watchword of the Battle of Bani Kainaka was O our Lord, never will they overpower you. And the watchword of the Battle of Taif was O Ridwan, O approver. And the watchword of the Battle of Hunain was O sons of Abd Allah, O sons of Abd Allah. And the watchword of the Battle of Ahzab was Ha, Mim, they do not see. And the watchword of the Battle of Bani Qurayza was O Salam, keep them safe. And the watchword of the Battle of Marizai, i.e., the Battle of Bani Mustalik, was Look, things return to Allah. And the watchword of the Battle of Hujaybiyah was Look, may Allah's curse be on the unjust. And the watchword of the Battle of Khaybar, i.e., the Battle of Alchemist 34 was O Ali, forgive them out of dignity. And the watchword of the Battle of Tabuk was O Ahad, 1. O Samad, all-embracing. And the watchword of the Battle of Bani Mala was cause them to die. Cause them to die. And the watchword of the Battle of Siffin was O divine triumph. And the watchword of Husayn, a.s., was O Muhammad. And our watchword was O Muhammad. 35. 496 Shahnaj al-Balaha, related by Salam b. Suwaid from Imam Ali, a.s., concerning the phrase Allahu Akbar, Allah is the greatest, this is the sign of triumph. Salam says Happy Smiley Allahu Akbar was Ali, a.s., watchword that he uttered in battles, and then launched his attacks. By Allah, he would lead whoever followed him or contested him to the fountainheads of death. 36. 497 Waqatu Siffin, related by Tamim, whenever set out on a battle, Ali, a.s., would utter the name of God when mounting. Then he would say, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar, There is no God except Allah, and Allah is the greatest. O Allah! O Ahad! O Samad! O Lord of Muhammad! In the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. There is no power and no strength save in Allah, the All-Exalted, the All-Supreme. All praise belongs to Allah, Lord of all the worlds, the Compassionate, the Merciful, Master of the Day of Retribution. You alone do we worship, and to you alone do we turn for help. 37 O Allah! Keep away from us the power and strength of the oppressors. This was Ali, A.S.'s watchword in the Battle of Siffin. 38. 498 Waqatu Siffin, the sign of the people of Iraq. In the Battle of Siffin was a white piece of wool cloth worn over their heads and shoulders, and their watchword was O Allah! O Ahad! O Samad! O Lord of Muhammad! O Compassionate, O Merciful! And the sign of the people of Sham was piece of yellow cloth worn over their heads and shoulders, and their watchword was We are the slaves of Allah indeed, indeed, O avengers for Uthman's blood. 39. See Inculcation of Victory. 499 Al-Jamal related from Amr bin Dinar, Amir al-Mu'minin said to his son Muhammad, hold the banner and move on. And Ali, A.S., was following behind him. Then Ali, A.S., called him, O Abu al-Qasim. He replied, yes. O father? He said, my son. What you see should not frighten you. I carried the banner whereas I was smaller than you were, and the enemy did not frighten me, for I did not confront anyone except that I inculcated in myself that I would kill him. So, with the help of Allah, implant in your mind that you will triumph over them, and do not let mistrust in yourself bring you to your knees, as it is the worst degradations. Muhammad said, happy smiley. I said, O father, I hope I will be the way you like me to be. God willing. 40. D. Warning against escape from the battleground. 500 Imam Ali, A.S. escape from battle is among the great sins. 41. 501 Imam Ali, A.S. escape is one of degradations. 42. 502 Imam Ali, A.S. launch successive attacks, and feel ashamed of escape, for it is disgrace among generations to come, and cause of awarding you fire on the day of judgment. Give your lives to Allah willingly and walk towards death with ease. 43. 503 Imam Ali, A.S. the escapee from the battle should know that he has infuriated Allah and is destroying himself. Verily, in escape there is enmity to Allah, perpetual degradation, eternal disgrace, and depravity of life. The escapee will not live long, nor will there come an interval between him and the day he is destined to die, nor will he please Allah. Man's dying in honesty and truthfulness before committing such practice, escape from battle, is better than involving in these practices and accepting them. 44. 504 Al-Kafi, related by Mālik b. Alang, Amir al-Mu'minin exhorted to Battle of Siffin, saying, May Allah have mercy on he who helps his brother, and does not leave the adversary to his comrade, lest both his own adversary and his comrade join against him. This way he will be condemned and will come to baseness, and why should it not be so when his brother fights with two people, whereas he has given up and left his adversary to his brother, and while fleeing looks back at the enemy and his brother? Everyone who does so, Allah will regard him as his enemy. Then, do not expose yourselves to enmity with Allah, for you will certainly be moving toward him. Allah, the glorified and exalted, said, flight will not avail you should you flee from death or from being killed, and then you will be let to enjoy only for a little while. 45. By Allah, if you flee from the sword of the world, you will not be secure against the swords of the world to come. Take recourse in patience and truthfulness, for triumph would verily follow patience. and wage jihad for the sake of Allah, jihad which is worthy of him, and there is no power and no strength save in Allah. 46. Hiding away whatever that ruins the troops' morale. 505 Waqati Yusufan related by Abu Rawq, Zayd b al-Nad al-Harithi said to Abd Allah b Badal b Walker, certainly our day and theirs is so hard. No one will be patient with it except the one who is brave-hearted, well-intended and steadfast. By Allah, I do not suppose that today anyone would survive except the villainous. Abd Allah b Badal said, by Allah, I do think so, too. Ali, as, said, let this word be hidden in your hearts. Do not express it, and nobody should hear it from you. Verily, Allah has destined some group to be killed and some to die, everyone will receive his death, as it is ordained. So, happy are those who fight in the way of Allah, and those who are killed in obedience to him. 47. 9.5 Deception. 506 Imam Ali, as whenever I relate a hadith from the Prophet, I swear by Allah, that it is more likable to me to fall off such a high place as heaven than to pass a lie upon him. It is also true when I talk among you, verily war is deception. 48-49. 507 Imam al-Bachar, as verily Ali, as would say, I would like it more if the birds snatch me away than I pass a lie upon the messenger of Allah, that he has not said. I heard from the Prophet saying on the day of the Battle of Kandak, war is deception. He would say, speak in any way you wish, when in battle. 50. 508 Imam Ali, as, in the aphorisms attributed to him, in the battle trust your deceptions more than you trust your strength, also, be more delighted at your vigilance than at your valor, for the war is the war of the fearless, and to the advantage of the vigilant. 51. 509 Al-Kafi, related from Adi b Hatim, indeed, when Amir al-Mu'minin confronted Muawiyah in Siffin, he would raise his voice so that his companions hear him and say, by Allah, I will kill Muawiyah and his companions. Then, he would lower his voice and say, God willing. I was near him and said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, you have truly sworn to do it. And then you said God willing. What did you mean by this? He said, war is deception, and I am not a liar to the faithful. I wanted to incite my comrades against the enemy so as not to show weakness, and to encourage them to fight against the enemy. Then in future the wisest of them will benefit from this word. God willing. 52. 510 Tafsir al-Kami, in the report about the Battle of Kandak, while trotting, Amir al-Mu'minin passed by, Amr b Abduvad, asked him who he was. He said, I am Ali b Abi Talib, cousin to the Messenger of Allah, and his son-in-law. Amr said, by Allah, your father was an old friend of mine, and I do not like to kill you. When your cousin sent you to me, wasn't he afraid that I would snatch you up with my lance, and leave you in the air, neither killed nor alive? Amir al-Mu'minin told him, my cousin knew that if you killed me I would enter paradise, but if I killed you, you would abide in the fire of the hell, and I in the paradise. Amr said, both of them would be to your benefit, O Ali. And this is not a fair dividing. He said, leave it aside for now. I heard you say while holding on to the curtain of the Kaaba, no one will present 3 requests to me in battle except that I would answer to one of them. And, now, I have 3 requests from you, and you answer to one of them. Amr said, say what they are, O Ali. He said, one is that you bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. Amr said, give it up and ask for the second one. He said, that you go back and turn this army of yours away from confronting the messenger of Allah. If he, the Prophet, is truthful, you will be honored too because of him, and if he is a liar, the Arab robbers and rascals will suffice to kill him. Amr said, wouldn't the Quraysh women, then, say to each other and the poets, say, that I was afraid of battle and retreated. In that case, I wouldn't have assisted those who had selected me as their chief. Amir al-Mu'minin said, my third request is that you dismount your horse, so that I would fight with you, as you are mounted and I am on foot. Then he dismounted his horse, and hamstrung it, and said, this is a trade that I did not suppose any of the Arabs would have me do it. Then he started the battle, and struck his sword at Ali's head. Amir al-Mu'minin held his head behind his shield, but the sword rent the shield and hit his head. Ali said to him, O Amr, is it not too much for you that I am fighting with you who are an Arab warrior, and you are being assisted? Amr turned his face back, and Amir al-Mu'minin delivered a swift blow on his both knees, and cut them off. A huge cloud of dust rose around them. The hypocrites said Ali bin Abi Talib was killed. Then the dust settled for them to see. At this moment, they saw Amir al-Mu'minin sitting on Amr's chest holding his beard, and going to cut his head off. Then he cut off his head and took it to the Prophet, while his own head was bleeding due to the hit of Amr's sword, and his sword was dripping with blood. Holding Amr's head in his hand, he began ranting. I am Ali, son of Abd al-Muttalib. Death is better for the night than flight. Thereupon, the messenger of Allah said, did you play a trick on him? He replied, yes. O messenger of Allah! War is deception. 53. 9.6 Ethics of War. Avoidance of initiating a battle. 511 Tariq al-Tabari, related from Jundub al-Azdi, truly, whenever in the company of Ali, we confronted the enemy, he would command us, do not fight them until they start, because you are, by the grace of Allah, in the right, and letting them initiate the fighting will be another point from your side against them. Then, whenever you fight with them and defeat them, do not kill the runner away, do not murder the wounded, do not slander, nor mutilate the dead. When you reach the encampment of the enemy, do not plunder nor enter a house without permission. Do not seize anything from them unless what you find in their military base. Do not inflict pain on women by persecuting them even if they attack your honor with filthy words, and abuse your officers, as they, the women, are weak in power and lacking in willpower. 54. 512 Imam Ali, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar after the Battle of Siffin, beware of initiating war with this group unless they begin it, until you encounter them and hear their words. Their evils should not prompt you to fight before inviting them to guidance, and repeatedly avert them from seeking pretexts. 55. 513 Imam Ali, in his instructions to his army before confronting the enemy in Siffin. Do not fight them unless they initiate the fighting, because, by the grace of Allah, you are in the right, and to leave them till they begin fighting will be another point from your side against them. If, by the will of Allah, the enemy is defeated, then do not kill the runner away, do not strike a helpless person, do not finish off the wounded. 56. B. Avoidance of calling to power. 514 Imam Ali, to his son, Imam Hassan, do not call out for fighting, but if you are called to it, do respond, because the caller to fighting is a rebel, and the rebel deserves destruction. 57. See Diplomatic immunity of envoys. 515 Imam Ali, if you triumph over a man of the enemy, and he claimed to be an envoy to you, in case it proved to be true and he brought a witness to it, then do not do any harm to him until he delivers his message, and return to his comrades, but if you find no witness to his claim, do not accept his assertion. 58. D. Raising an argument before a battle. 516 Al-Sunan al-Kubra, related by Barabi Azab, Ali, dispatched me to fight against Hawarij in Narawan. Before the battle I invited them to guidance thrice. 59. 517 Imam Ali, A.S., from his letter to the people of Sana'a and Janad who were hostile and perfidious, when my envoy comes to you, disperse and go to your residences, so that I grant you amnesty, forgive your ignorance, protect those of you who are away, and treat you by the ordinances of the Quran. But if you do not do so, be prepared to face a mighty army, with a great number of cavalrymen who will head for those who have rebelled and disobeyed, and you will be crushed as in a mill. Whoever does good, it is for his own soul, and whoever does evil it is to its detriment, and your Lord is not tyrannical to the servants. 60.61. Supplication before a battle. 518 Waqati Yusufan indeed, when Amir al-Mu'minin set out for a battle, he would recite the following supplication. O Allah! Verily you showed a way of your ways, and set aside your pleasure in it, and called your friends to it and made it your best of ways for reward, the noblest for returning to you, and the most favorable to you as a conduct. Then, in this way you bought from them their souls and property for the paradise to fight in the way of Allah, to kill and to be killed, and this is a rightful promise from you. So, make me one of those from whom you have bought his soul, and he fulfilled his commitment to your dealing with him. He did not break a pact, nor violated or altered it, rather he made it a response to your loving kindness, and as approximation to you. So, make it the end of my acting, and ordain the end of my life in this way. Bestow upon me in it a martyrdom, which causes your pleasure and removes my blunders. Place me among those who are living, and provided for by the enemies, and the rebels, through being martyred by them, under the banner of righteousness and guidance, as one who is moving along the path of triumph over them, who does not turn his back on the fighting, and who does not create doubts. O Allah! I seek refuge in you at this moment from cowardice in case of terrors, from indolence in the time of the champion's assault, and from the sins that would ruin my actions. Then, in that case, I would be enfeebled out of doubt, or pass on without certitude, thereby, my attempts would be futile, and actions unaccepted. 62. 519 Waqati Yusufan related by Tamim, whenever set out for the battle, he, Ali, A.S., would utter the name of God when mounting his horse, and say, Thanks Allah for his bounties to us and his immense grace. Immaculate is he who has disposed this for us, and we, by ourselves, were no match for it. Indeed we shall return to our Lord. 63. Then, he would face the Qibla, raise his hands towards heaven and say, O Allah! The steps were taken toward you, the bodies tired out, the hearts inclined to you, the hands raised up and the eyes turned keen. Our Lord! Judge justly between us and our people, and you are the best of judges. 64. Then he would say, Allah is the greatest. Allah is the greatest. There is no God apart from Allah. Allah is the greatest. O Allah! O Ahad! O Samad! O Lord of Muhammad! All praise belongs to Allah, Lord of all the worlds, the All-Beneficent, the All-Merciful, Master of the Day of Retribution. You alone do we worship, and to you alone do we return for help. 65 O Lord! Prevent from us the oppression of the oppressors. 66. Starting the battle in the afternoon. 520 Waqati Yusufan, Amir al-Mu'minin, upon whom be blessings from Allah, would not start fighting except in the afternoon, and would say, at this time the doors of heaven open up, mercy is accepted and victory is won. And he would say, this time, afternoon, is closer to the evening, and it is more fitting for the killing to be decreased, the warriors to disengage from chasing the enemy, and the defeated to be saved. 67. Helping the feeble. 521 Imam Ali, A.S., to his companions on the battlefield in Siffin, whoever among you feels spiritedness of heart during the action, and finds any of his comrades feeling disheartened should ward off the enemies from him just as he would do from himself, because of the superiority he enjoys over the other, for if Allah had willed he would have made the former also like him. 68. 522 Imam Ali, as whenever in the war you find any of your brothers wounded, or someone afflicted with an injury, or someone who has been targeted, to be attacked by the enemy, strengthen him by your soul's spirit. 69. Good conduct toward the remainder of the enemy troop. 523 Tariq al-Yaqubi, related by Ismail b. Ali, the first person who learned how to fight with the people of Chibla was Ali b. Abi Talib, as. He would not kill the captives, would not chase after the defeated, and would not finish off the wounded. 70. 524 Al-Aqd al-Farid, related by Abu al-Hasan in the reports concerning the events of the Battle of Siffin, Ali, as herald would come out every day, and call out, O people! Do not finish off the wounded, do not chase after those who have turned their back to the battlefield, do not rob the killed, and those who have laid down their weapons are to be secure. 71. 525 Al-Kafi, related by Abd Allah b. Sharik from his father, when the people, courageous, were defeated in the battle of Jamal, Amir al-Mu'minin said, do not chase after those who have turned their back to the battlefield, and do not finish off the wounded. The one who shuts his house door is secure. When the Battle of Siffin took place, he killed the warriors as well as those who had turned their back on the battlefield, and finished off the wounded. Aban b. Taglab said to Abd Allah b. Sharik, these two treatments of contradictory. He, Ali, as, said, in the Battle of Jamal, their commanders, Talha and Zubayr were killed, but, in Siffin, Muawiyah himself is standing up and commanding. 72. 526 Al-Sunan al-Kubra, related by Abu Fakta, in the Battle of Siffin, a captive was brought to Ali, as. He, the captive, said, do not torture me to death. Ali, as, said, I will not torture you to death. Verily, I fear Allah, the Lord of the worlds. He let him go and then said, is there any good in you to swear allegiance? 73. 527 Al-Muzanif, related by Yazid b. Balal, I was in the company of Ali, as, in Siffin. When a captive was brought to him he would say, I will not torture you to death. Verily, I fear Allah, the Lord of the worlds. He would take his weapon and swear him not to fight against him any longer, and he would grant him 4 dirhams. 74. 528 Al-Muzanif, related by Abu Ja'far, in the Battle of Siffin, whenever a captive was brought to Ali, as, he would take his mount and weapon, and made him promise not to return. Then he would free him. 75. 529 Imam Ali, as, to the army before confronting the enemy at Siffin, do not mutilate the dead. When you reach the encampment of the enemy, do not plunder nor enter a house without permission. Do not seize anything from them unless what you find in their military base. Do not inflict pain on women by persecuting them, even though they may attack your honor with filthy words and abuse your officers, because they are weak in character, mind, and intelligence. We have been ordered to desist from them although they may be unbelievers. For, if a man struck a woman with a stone or a stick, he was rebuked along with his posteriors after him. 76. 530 Tariq al-Tabari, in the report on the Battle of Jamal, Arnaf b. Qais and the children of Sadi rushed toward Ali, as, while dissuading Harkas b. Zahir, they did not approve of fighting with Ali b. Abi Talib, as. Then he, Harkas, said, O Ali! Our people in Basra presume that if you triumph over them tomorrow, you will kill their men and take their women captive. He said, there should be no fear of the like of me for such matters. Will it be perpetrated by anyone except him who turns back from the religion of Allah and disbelieves? Have you not heard the word of Allah saying, and you are not a taskmaster over them, except him who turns back and disbelieves. 77. 531 Al-Kamal Fi al-Tariq, there were 400 wounded among the courageous. Ali, A.S., then, ordered them to be taken inside Kufa and treated. 78. 1 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 191, Naj al-Balahar, letter 11, Waqati Yusufan, 123, Al-Akbar al-Tail, 166. 2 Naj al-Balahar, letter 12. 3 Naj al-Balahar, letter 4, Bihar al-Anwar, 326746, Tadkira al-Gawaz, 166. 4 The Am al-Islam, 1373. 5 The Am al-Islam, 1373. 6 Al-Qurn, 47 hours 35 minutes. 7 Tariq Damashq, 42460, Muraj al-Dahab, 2389, Uyan al-Akbar, 1110. 8 Al-Kafi, 5394, Bihar al-Anwar, 32563-468. Also, compare, Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 124. 9 The Am al-Islam, 1372. 10 Ibad. 11 Ibad, 1372. 12 Naj al-Balahar, letter 11, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 192, Waqati Yusufan, 124, Al-Akbar al-Tail, 166. 13 Al-Qurn, 4102. 14 The Am al-Islam, 1371. 15 Ibad, 372. 16 Waqati Yusufan, 406, Bihar al-Anwar, 32511-437. 17 Gra al-Hikam, 2003. 18 Naj al-Balahar, letters 16, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Muwiz, 530964. 19 Al-Iqtisas, 2. 20 Al-Iqtisas, 2, Ibn Nadim, Al-Firist, 223. 21 Rijal al-Kashshi, 1198, Bihar al-Anwar, 42-150-16. 22 Rijal al-Kashshi, 12410, Bihar al-Anwar, 42-151-18. 23 Naj al-Balahar, letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 137, The Am al-Islam, 1361. 24 Al-Qurn, 8:45-46. 25 Al-Kafi, 5382, Al-Irshad, 1265, Waqati Yusufan, 204, Al-Miyawa al-Mawazana, 158. 26 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 11, Manachib al-Abi Talib, 3155. 27 Naj al-Balahar, letters 16, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Muwiz, 5309644. 28 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 124. Also compare Al-Irshad, 1266, Waqati Yusufan, 235. 29 Al-Qurn, 61:4. 30 Al-Kafi, 5394. 31 Shah Naj al-Balahar, 20288-292. 32 The Am al-Islam, 1370. 33 Waqati Yusufan, 231, Bihar al-Anwar, 32461-398 and 1003632. 34 The name of a fortress of the Khaybar castles. 35 Al-Kafi, 5471, Bihar al-Anwar, 19163-1. 36 Shah Naj al-Balahar, 5177, Bihar al-Anwar, 32461-400 and 1003735. 37 Al-Qurn, 1-2-5. 38 Waqati Yusufan, 230, Shah Naj al-Balahar, 5, 176. 39 Waqati Yusufan, 332, Bihar al-Anwar, 3327380, Shah Naj al-Balahar, 8/15. 40 al-Jamal, 368. 41 The Aim al-Islam, 1370, al-Musanif fi al-Hadith wa al-Athar, 77336. 42 Gra al-Hikam, 1663. 43 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 66, Tariq Damishq, 42460. 44 al-Kafi, 5414, Bihar al-Anwar, 32472-411. Also compare al-Miyah wa al-Mawazina, 105. 45 al-Qur'an, 33 hours 16 minutes. 46 al-Kafi, 5394, Waqati Yusufan, 235, Tariq Tabari, 5/16. Also compare Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 124. 47 Waqati Yusufan, 111, Bihar al-Anwar, 32403369373, Shah Naj al-Balahar, 3/18. 48 In the Musnad of Ahmad P. Hanbal the above statement is related as follows: when I relate something from someone other than the Prophet, I am indeed a man in battle. Musnad of Ibn Hanbal, 1-177-216. 49 Sahih al-Bukhari, 6-162-298, and 3-1322-3415, Sahih of Muslim, 2-746-1066. 50 Talib al-Arqam, 6-162-298, Kurb al-Isnad, 133466. 51 Shah Naj al-Balahar, 20312-588. 52 al-Kafi, 7-4601, Talib al-Arqam, 6-163-299, Tafsir al-Kami, 2/60. 53 Tafsir al-Kami, 2-183, Bihar al-Anwar, 20226. 54 Tariq al-Tabari, 10/5, al-Kamal fi al-Tariq, 2-370, al-Fuqaha, 3/32. 55 Waqati Yusufan, 153, Bihar al-Anwar, 32414-374. 56 Naj al-Balahar, Letter 14, Waqati Yusufan, 203. 57 Naj al-Balahar, Aphorism 233, Uyan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 527-9587, Bihar al-Anwar, 33454-668. 58 The Aim al-Islam, 1-367. 59 al-Sunan al-Kubra, 8-309-16739. 60 Referring to al-Qur'an, 41 hours 46 minutes. 61 Shah Naj al-Balahar, 2/5. 62 al-Kafi, 5-461, Talib al-Arqam, 3-81237, Tafsir al-Najashi, 2-113-143. 63 al-Qur'an, 43:13-14. 64 al-Qur'an, 789. 65 al-Qur'an, 12-5. 66 Waqati Yusufan, 230 and 231, Bihar al-Anwar, 32460-397 and 100-218. 67 al-Kafi, 5285, Ayl al-Sharir, 603/70. 68 Naj al-Balahar, Sermon 123, al-Irshad, 1-253, al-Jamal, 334. 69 Al-Hazel, 61 7/10, Tuhaf Al-Ukal, 107, Bihar Al-Anwar, 100-218. 70 Tariq Al-Yaqubi, 2383. 71 Al-Aqd Al-Farid, 3333, Imam Ali, AS, enjoyed the same position toward the enemies in other battles too, compare, Waqati Yusufan, 204, Al-Kafi, 5333, Al-Mustadrak Ala Al-Sa'in, 167-2660, and had inspired it from the Sirah of the Prophet, S. Al-Kafi, 5122, Tadib Al-Arkam, 6-137-230, Ibad, 155-274. 72 Al-Kafi, 5335, Rijal Kishshi, 2-482-392, Bihar Al-Anwar, 33446-657. 73 Al-Sunan Al-Kabra, 8-315-16754, Kanz Al-Amal, 11-348-31706. 74 Al-Musanif Fi Al-Hadith Al-Athar, 8-725-25, Kanz Al-Amal, 11-345-31703. 75 Al-Musanif Fi Al-Hadith Al-Athar, 8-724-23, Kanz Al-Amal, 11-345-31702. 76 Al-Kafi, 5-394, Waqati Yusufan, 204, Naj Al-Balahar, Letter 14, Bihar Al-Anwar, 32563-468. 77 Al-Qurn, 89:22-23. Tariq Al-Tabari, 4-496, Al-Kamal Fi Al-Tariq, 2-334. 78 Al-Kamal Fi Al-Tariq, 2-424, Ansab Al-Ashraf, 3-248. Chapter 10, State Policies. 10.1 Causes for durability of governments. A. Establishing justice. 532 Imam Ali, A.S., when asked which of the two is better, justice or generosity, justice puts things in their places, while generosity takes them out from their directions. Justice is the general caretaker, while generosity is a particular benefit. Consequently, justice is superior and more distinguished of the two. 1. 533 Imam Ali, as he whose actions are taken by justice, Allah will safeguard his kingdom too. 534 Imam Ali, as do justice to be able to maintain your sovereignty. 3. 535 Imam Ali, as do justice to be able to rule. 4. 536 Imam Ali, as nothing has safeguarded states like justice. 5. 537 Imam Ali, as nothing safeguards states like doing justice in them. 6. 538 Imam Ali, as a just rule will endure. 7. 539 Imam Ali, as do justice so that your authority may persevere. 8. 540 Imam Ali, as durability of a sovereignty is dependent upon justice. 9. 541 Imam Ali, as obedience is a shield for the ruled, and justice is a shield for the governments. 10. 542 Imam Ali, as durability of governments is dependent upon setting up just traditions. 11. 543 Imam Ali, as doing justice is following divine traditions and grounds for durability of the governments. 12. 544 Imam Ali, as the one who does justice will be in no need of companions. 13. 545 Imam Ali, as justice is the source of stability for the ruled. 14. 546 Imam Ali, as justice is the source of stability for the creatures. 15. 547 Imam Ali, as the good of justice is its organizing the creatures. 16. 548 Imam Ali, as justice organizes the rule. 17. 549 Imam Ali, as Allah the glorified made justice the stability of the subjects, purity from tyranny and sins, and the cause of the execution of rules of Islam. 18. 550 Imam Ali, as if the ruled fulfill the rights of the ruler, and the ruler fulfills their rights, then right attains the position of honor among them, the ways of religion become established, signs of justice become fixed, and the sunnah gains currency. In this way, times will improve, the continuance of government will be expected, and the aims of the enemies will be frustrated. 19. 551 Imam Ali, as justice is the strongest foundation. 20. 552 Imam Ali, as the world is like a garden whose wayfarer is the Sharia, religious law, and the Sharia is a king whose obedience is obligatory, and obedience is a way by which the ruler is established, and the ruler is a shepherd whom the troops help, and the troops are assistants whom the riches manage, and the riches are means of sustenance that the people gather, and the people are masses whom justice subjugates, and justice is a foundation on which the world is based. 21. 553 Imam Ali, as justice is the best of policies. 22. 554 Imam Ali, as justice is a sufficient policy. 23. 555 Imam Ali, as justice is the touchstone for politics. 24. 556 Imam Ali, as the best of policies is doing justice. 25. 557 Imam Ali, as no mastery is like justice in politics. 26. 558 Imam Ali, as the beauty of politics is doing justice in ruling and forgiveness in the time of enjoying power. 27. 559 Imam Ali, as the ruled will not be rectified except by justice. 28. 560 Imam Ali, as make religion your sanctuary, and justice your sword so as to be safeguarded from any evil, and gain victory over any enemy. 29. 561 Imam Ali, as if the government is based on justice, and supported by wisdom, Allah will render his friends victorious, and disdain his enemies. 30. 562 Imam Ali, as the hearts of the ruled are treasures of the rulers. Whatever of justice or injustice that they stores in them, they will find the same. 31. 563 Imam Ali, as cities will not flourish except through justice. 32. 564 Imam Ali, as justice of the king is better than the abundance and fertility of the times. 33. 565 Imam Ali, as under justice, bounties double. 34. 566 Imam Ali, as he who does justice will gain power. 35. 567 Imam Ali, as he who brings justice to cities, Allah will bestow his mercy upon him. 36. 568 Imam Ali, as, among the aphorisms attributed to him, those who treat the subordinate justly, will be treated justly by the senior. 37. 569 Imam Ali, as no reward is greater with Allah than the reward for the just ruler and the beneficent person. 38. 570 Imam Ali, as there are two things whose reward cannot be fathomed, forgiveness and justice. 39. 571 Imam Ali, as just politics consists of these three: lenience in prudence, investigation in justice, and justly practicing beneficent. 40. 572 Imam Ali, as in establishing justice, seek assistance from expressing goodwill toward people, little expectation, and plenty of piety. 41. See Chapter 6:6/1, Establishing Justice. B. Good management. 573 Imam Ali, as statecraft is, indeed, politics. 42. 574 Imam Ali, as he who follows a good politics, would perpetuate his chairmanship. 43. 575 Imam Ali, as good politics immortalizes chairmanship. 44. 576 Imam Ali, as good politics is the source of steadfastness of the subjects. 45. 577 Imam Ali, as it is obligatory to follow the one who practices good politics. 46. 578 Imam Ali, as in the light of good politics good breeding will ensue. 47. C. Good behavior. 579 Imam Ali, as good behavior is the beauty of power, and a haven for the rulership. 48. 580 Imam Ali, as he whose good behavior increases, people agree on his superiority. 49. 581 Imam Ali, as he who treats people nicely, will be treated likewise. 50. D. Vigilance in taking care of affairs. 582 Imam Ali, as vigilance in taking care of the affairs is a sign of the endurance of sovereignty. 51. 583 Imam Ali, as it is sagacious to be vigilant in securing the rights of the subjects, and to feign negligence of their offences against you. 52. 584 Imam Ali, as little negligence is a sign of the endurance of the states. 53. 10.2 Causes for the decline of states. A. Tyranny. 585 Imam Ali, as the worst of the rulers are those who oppress their subjects. 54. 586 Imam Ali, as he who does injustice to his subjects assists his adversaries. 55. 587 Imam Ali, as injustice ruins the subjects. 56. 588 Imam Ali, as injustice devastates the cities. 57. 589 Imam Ali, as he who treats his subjects unjustly, Allah would destroy his sovereignty, and expedite his overthrow. 58. 590 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, see that justice is done towards God, and justice is done towards the people by yourself, your own family, and those whom you favor among your subjects. For if you do not do so, you have worked wrong. And as for him who wrongs the servants of Allah, Allah is his adversary, not to speak of his servants. Allah renders null and void the argument of whosoever contends with him. Such a one will be Allah's enemy until he desists or repents. Nothing is more conducive to the removal of Allah's blessing and the hastening of his vengeance than to continue in wrongdoing, for Allah listens to the call of the oppressed and he is ever on the watch against the wrongdoers. 59. 591 Imam Ali, as, to Sayyid B. Abi, act on justice, and keep aloof from violence and injustice, because violence will lead them to forsake their abodes, while injustice will prompt them to take up arms. 60. 592 Imam Ali, as there is no king to whom Allah bestows power and blessing, and he employs them to oppress people, unless it is incumbent on Allah to take them back from him. Do you not see the words of Allah? Indeed, Allah does not change a people's lot, unless they change what is in their souls. 61. 62. 593 Imam Ali, as there is destruction for power in wrongdoing. 63. 594 Imam Ali, as he who wrongs in his rule, his state will decline. 64. 595 Imam Ali, as wrongdoing is the worst of policies. 65. 596 Imam Ali, as he who wrongs in his statecraft, people will wish for his perishing. 66. 597 Imam Ali, as the wrongdoing of a wrongdoer would lead him to destruction. 67. 598 Imam Ali, as he who commits wrong, his wrongdoing would destroy him. 68. 599 Imam Ali, as wrongdoing is one of the destroyers. 69. 600 Imam Ali, as wrongdoing causes the steps to stumble, brings about a cessation of blessings, and destroys communities. 70. 601 Imam Ali, as outrage ruins powers. 71. 602 Imam Ali, as he who does not do justice towards the wronged against the wrongdoer, Allah will dispossess his powers. 72. b. Unlawful bloodshed. 603 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, beware of blood and spilling it unlawfully, for nothing is more deserving of vengeance from Allah, greater in its consequence or more likely to bring about a cessation of blessing and the cutting off of one's appointed term than shedding blood unjustly. Allah, the glorified, on the day of resurrection, will begin judgment among his servants over the blood they have spilt. So never strengthen your rule by shedding unlawful blood, for that is among the factors which weaken and enfeeble it, nay, which overthrow and transfer it. You have no excuse before Allah, and before me for intentional killing, for in that there is bodily retaliation. If you are stricken by error, and your whip, your sword or your hand should exceed their bounds in punishment for in striking with the fists, and all that exceeds it there is killing, never let the arrogance of your authority prevent you from paying the relatives of the killed their rightfully due. 73. 604 Imam Ali, as the survivors of the sword, from getting killed, are larger in number, and have a larger progeny. 74. c. Mismanagement. 605 Imam Ali, as mismanagement causes destruction. 75. 606 Imam Ali, as he who mismanages will hasten his destruction. 76. 607 Imam Ali, as there are for reasons, for the state, to fall off, mismanagement, the evil of extravagance, failing to take lessons, making too many apologies. 77. 608 Imam Ali, as he who fails in politics, will be belittled in chairmanship. 78. 609 Imam Ali, as political feebleness is a pitfall for the leaders. 79. 610 Imam Ali, as he whose management falls behind the community, his perishing will come forward. 80. 611 Imam Ali, as he who mismanages his management will destroy him. 81. 612 Imam Ali, as, from the aphorisms attributed to him, when the rule is expired for a group, their opinions enfeeble. 82. d. Arrogance. 613 Imam Ali, as, from the aphorisms attributed to him, arrogance arouses envy, envy brings about enmity, enmity causes disunity, disunity causes separation, separation causes feebleness, feebleness causes degradation, which, in turn, ruins the governments and destroys bounties. 83. 414 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, then surely the ruler has favorites and intimates, among whom there is a certain arrogance, transgression, and lack of equity in transactions. Remove the substance of these qualities by cutting off the means of obtaining these situations. Bestow no fiefs upon any of your entourage or relatives, nor let them covet from you the acquisition of a landed estate, which would bring loss to the people bordering upon it in terms of a water supply or a common undertaking, the burden of which would be imposed upon them. Its benefit would be for those who acquired the fiefs, and not for you, and its fault would be upon you in this world and the next. Impose the right, al-haq, upon whomsoever it is incumbent, whether he be related to you or not. Be patient in this and look to your ultimate account, however this may affect your relatives and favorites. Desire the ultimate end in that of it, imposing the right, which weighs heavily against you, for its outcome will be praiseworthy. 84. 615 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, beware of arrogating for yourself that in which men are equal, and of negligence in that which is of concern after it has become manifest to the eyes of men, for these things will be held against you for the benefit of others, and beware of negligence, of the fact that little remains until the coverings of affairs are lifted from you and justice is demanded from you for the wronged. 85. 616 Imam Ali, A.S., concerning Uthman, I am putting before you his case. He ruled with arrogance, and did it badly. You protested against it and committed excess therein. With Allah lies the real verdict upon the arrogating and the protester. 86. Violation of the principles. 617 Imam Ali, A.S. There are 4 reasons for the state to fall off: violating the principles, clutching at the branches, employing the villainous, and putting aside the elite. 87. 618 Imam Ali, A.S. Coming to power of the villainous and the newly gained office is an indication of its, the state's, dissolution and falling off. 88. 619 Imam Ali, A.S. Decline of the states lies in employing the villainous. 89. 10.3 Recommendations on socio-political relations. Treating others as treating oneself. 620 Imam Ali, A.S., in his instructions to his son, Al-Hassan, A.S. What wisely words are more exhaustive than saying, you should desire for others what you desire for yourself, and hate for others what you hate for others. 90. 621 Imam Ali, A.S. It is the duty of the ruler to choose for his subjects what he chooses for himself. 91. 622 Imam Ali, A.S., in his letter to Muhammad Abi Bakr, desire for your subjects whatever you desire for yourself and your household, and hate for them whatever you hate for yourself and your household. 92. 623 Imam Ali, A.S., in his instructions to his son, Al-Hassan, A.S. Make yourself the measure for dealings between you and others. Thus, you should desire for others what you desire for yourself, and hate for others what you hate for yourself. Do not oppress, as you do not like to be oppressed. Do good to others, as you would like good to be done to you. Regard bad for yourself whatever you regard bad for others. Accept that treatment from others, which you would like others to accept from you. 93. 624 Imam Ali, A.S., from his instructions to his son Muhammad B. al-Hanafiya, my son. Do good to all people as you like good to be done to you, and desire for others what you desire for yourself. Regard bad for yourself whatever you regard bad for others. Be amiable to all people so that when you are away from they would be looking forward to you, and when you die they would weep for you and say, indeed we belong to Allah, and to him do we indeed return. Do not be like those who when die people would say, all praise belongs to Allah, Lord of all the worlds. 94. 625 Imam Ali, A.S. The most equitable treatment of people is that you deal with people as you like to be dealt with. 95. 626 Imam Ali, A.S., from the aphorisms attributed to him, associate with people as you wish, they would associate with you the same way. 96. Self-esteem. 627 Imam Ali, A.S. Keep yourself away from every low thing even though they may take you to your desired aims, because you will not get any return for your own respect, which you spend. 97. 628 Imam Ali, A.S. Keeping away from the low things would debase the enemy. 98. 629 Imam Ali, A.S. Do not act in a way that ruins your esteem. 99. 630 Imam Ali, A.S. Death, rather than lowering oneself with disgrace. 100. 631 Imam Ali, A.S. O people! Certainly dying is more preferable to being disgraced, and being whipped is preferable to being humiliated. 101. 632 Imam Ali, A.S. Let it be death but not humiliation. Let it be little but not through disgrace. 102. 633 Imam Ali, A.S. Let there be lacking but not facing disgrace. 103. C. Avoidance of enmity. 634 Imam Ali, A.S. Avoid malice in the heart, hatred in the chest, turning away from each other's help, and withholding the hand from one another's assistance. 104. 635 Imam Ali, as do not incur enmity towards each other as it is corrosive of faith. 105. 636 Imam Ali, as utmost ignorance is enmity with people. 106. 637 Imam Ali, as it is among unseemly choices to seek dominance over one's peers, and to incur enmity towards people. 107. 638 Imam Ali, as he who fights against people will be fought against. 108. 639 Imam Ali, as the world is incommodious for those who are hostile to each other. 109. 640 Imam Ali, as to incur enmity towards people is the feature of the ignorant. 110. 641 Imam Ali, as it is incumbent upon you to unite and coordinate with each other. 111. 642 Imam Ali, as even one enemy is much too many. 112. 643 Imam Ali, as my children, beware of hostility to people, since they are not out of two groups, the wise who would play trick on you, or the ignorant who would quickly retaliate. Statements are masculine and responses are feminine. Whenever the masculine and the feminine assemble, inevitably there will be some results. Then he recited the following poem. The honorable is he who avoids responding, and he who is tolerant to people will achieve his goal. He who has respect for people, they will respect him too. He who humiliates people, will receive no respect. 113. D. Fidelity in agreements. 644 Imam Ali, as O people, surely fidelity in agreements is the twin of truth. I do not know a better shield against the assaults of sin than it. One who realizes the reality of return to the next world never betrays. We are in a period when most of the people regard betrayal as wisdom. In these days the ignorant call it excellence of cunning. 114. 645 Imam Ali, as the best feature in relation to Islam is fidelity in agreements of one's pledge. 115. 646 Imam Ali, as, in his instructions to Mālik al-Ashtar, if you bind an agreement between yourself and your enemy or clothe him in a protective covenant, guard your agreement in good faith, and tend to your covenant with fidelity. Make of yourself a shield before what you have granted, for men do not unite more firmly in any of the obligations imposed upon them by God than in attaching importance to fidelity in agreements, despite the division among their sects and the diversity of their opinions. The idolaters had already adhered to that honoring agreement among themselves before the Muslims, by reason of the evil consequences of treachery that they had seen. So never betray your protective covenant, never break your agreement, and never deceive your enemy, for none is audacious before God but a wretched fool. God has made his agreement and his protective covenant a security, which he has spread among the servants by his mercy, and a sanctuary in whose impregnability they may rest and in whose proximity they may spread forth. Within it there is no corruption, treachery or deceit. Make not an agreement in which you allow deficiencies, and rely not upon ambiguity of language after confirmation and finalization of the agreement. Let not the straightness of an affair in which an agreement before God is binding upon you invite you to seek its abrogation unjustly. For your patience in the straightness of an affair, hoping for its solution and the blessing of its outcome, is better than an act of treachery. You would fear the act's consequence, and you would fear that a liability before God will encompass you, a liability from which you will not be exempted in this world or the next. 116. E. Discharging obligations. 647 Imam Ali, as discharge your obligation to the person who has trusted you, even though he would be murderer of the Prophet's children. 117. 648 Imam Ali, as do not betray the one who has regarded you as trustworthy, even though he has betrayed you, and do not disclose his secret, although he discloses it himself. 118. 649 Imam Ali, AS, from his letter to Ashtar Bekaith, certainly, your assignment is not a morsel for you but it is a trust round your neck, and you have been charged with protection of people, on behalf of your superiors. 119. 650 Imam Ali, AS, from his letter to one of his tax collectors, he whose hidden position is not different from his open position, and whose action is not different from his words, has discharged his obligation, and his worship is pure. I also order him that he should not harass them, should not be harsh on them, and should not turn away from them because of superiority of official position over them, because they are brothers in faith, and help in the recovery of levies. Certainly you have a fixed share, and a known right in this levy, and there are other sharers who are poor, weak and starving. We shall discharge your rights. So you should discharge their rights. If you do not do so, you will have the largest number of enemies on the day of judgment. How wretched is the man whose enemies in the view of Allah are the needy, the destitute, the beggars, the turned away, the indebted and penniless travelers. He who treats the trust lightly and indulges in treachery, and does not keep himself and his faith untarnished by it has certainly secured humiliation in this world, and his humiliation and disgrace in the next world will be greater. Surely, the greatest treachery is the treachery against the Muslim community, and the ugliest deceit is the deceit towards the Muslim leaders. Wassalam. 120. F. Exploiting other people's knowledge. 651 Imam Ali, AS learn the knowledge of every learned man, and teach your knowledge to anyone who does not know. Once you do this, Allah will teach you what you do not know, and you will benefit from what you know. 121. 652 Imam Ali, AS knowledge is a lost article of the believer. Therefore, get it even though from the polytheists. None of you should avoid learning wise sayings from whomever you may hear it. 122. 653 Imam Ali, AS learn the wise saying wherever you find it. Certainly, a wise saying is a lost article of the believer. 123. 654 Imam Ali, AS a wise saying is a lost article of the believer. Seek it even though it is in possession of the evildoers. 124. 655 Imam Ali, AS acquire a wise saying even though from the polytheists. 125. 656 Imam Ali, AS a wise saying is a lost article of the believer. Seize it even though from the mouth of the polytheists. 126. 657 Imam Ali, AS a wise saying is a lost article of the believer. Seek it even though from the polytheists, as you deserve it more and are qualified for it. 127. 658 Imam Ali, AS a wise saying is a lost article of the believer. Acquire it even though from the mouth of the hypocrites. 128. 659 Imam Ali, AS a wise saying is a lost article of the believer. Therefore, acquire wise sayings even though from people of hypocrisy. 129. 660 Imam Ali, AS acquire wise sayings from wherever they may be, because if a wise saying is in the bosom of a hypocrite it flutters in his bosom till it comes out and settles with others of its own category in the bosom of the believer. 130. G. Cultural independence. 661 Imam Ali, AS it is seldom that a man likens himself to a group, and does not become as one of them. 131. 662 Al-Imam al-Sadiq, AS Amir al-Mu'minin would say, this Ummah will ever live with happiness as long as they would not wear the aliens' clothing or eat the aliens' foods. If they do so, however, Allah will inflict disgrace upon them. 132. H. Miscellaneous. 663 Imam Ali, AS there will be no prosperity where a tyrant is ruling. 133. 664 Imam Ali, as tyranny of a ruler is a misadventure to prosperity 134. 665 Imam Ali, as your turning away from him who inclines towards you is a loss of your share of advantage, while your inclining towards him who turns away from you is humiliation for yourself 135. 666 Imam Ali, as the one who does not incur enmity towards you, cares for you 136. 667 Imam Ali, as the one who inclines towards you in time of your fortune, will turn away from you in time of your misfortune 137. 668 Imam Ali, as have love for your friend up to a limit, for it is possible that he may turn into your enemy someday, and hate your enemy up to a limit, for it is possible that he may turn into your friend someday 138. 669 Al-Imam al-Sadiq, as Amir al-Mu'minin would say, there should gather in your heart need for people, and independence from them. Your need for them should appear in you lenient words and affability, and your independence from them should appear in maintaining the integrity of your reputation and retainment of your esteem. 139. 670 Imam Ali, as do sacrifice all your friendship for your friend, but do not fully trust him. Help him by all means, but do not divulge all your secrets to him, so that you, both, pay wisdom its due and observe bonds of friendship. 140. 671 Imam Ali, as he who does not tolerate those whom he has to tolerate is not wise 141. 672 Imam Ali, as do not trade with those from whom you cannot secure your rightful due 142. 673 Imam Ali, as beware of scaring your friends to the extent that it will force them to keep a distance and want to separate from you 143. 674 Imam Ali, as he whose benefit lies in your loss will never be free from enmity to you 144. 675 Imam Ali, as be forgiving in power, and do good in your good turn of fortune so as to perfect your supremacy 145. 676 Imam Ali, as put up with your friends' blunders for the time of the enemy's assault 146. 677 Imam Ali, as people's looking forward to your rewards is better than their fear of your punishment 147. 678 Imam Ali, as substitute other people's interest in you with their respect for you 148. 679 Imam Ali, as let people hold on to their rights and customs and act in a way that the innocent feel secure from you, and the evildoers be scared of you, and attend to the borders and the outskirts of cities 149. 680 Imam Ali, as the hardest of all policies is to transform habits 150. 681 Imam Ali, as people will be in beneficence as long as they differ. Then, when they become alike they will be ruined. 151. 682 Imam Ali, as he who treats people with tolerance, will enjoy their company 152. 683 Imam Ali, as obeying the superior, respecting the peers, and being equitable to the subordinate is a sign of common sense 153. 484 Imam Ali, as the means to secure high authority is breadth of chest, i.e. generosity. 154. 485 Imam Ali, as people's delving into something is laying the ground for achieving it 155. 686 Imam Ali, as beware of doing something that makes an honorable person disgust you, or debases your status, or ushers evil towards you, or makes you suffer a penalty on the resurrection 156. 687 Imam Ali, as he who rises to a high position undeservedly will collapse unreasonably, without committing any crime. 157. 688 Imam Ali, as measure people with their own scales 158. 689 Imam Ali, as common sense is that you do not dispute with your superior, do not debase your subordinate, do not offer to do what you are not capable of doing, that your tongue should not disagree your heart, and your words should not disprove your deeds, do not talk about what you have no knowledge, do not give up affairs when applicable, and do not pursue them when inapplicable. 159. 690 Imam Ali, as, from aphorisms attributed to Imam Ali, as treat the honorable people magnanimously, the average people interestedly and fearfully, and the lowly people contemptuously. 160. 691 Imam Ali, as, from aphorisms attributed to Imam Ali, as when you have a friend whose brotherhood and friendship you do not like, do not reveal it to the people, for such a friend is like a dull sword in one's house, that frighten the foes, and they do not know whether it is sharp or dull. 161. 692 Imam Ali, as, from aphorisms attributed to Imam Ali, as whenever a friend of yours does something good to you, do not pay him back with full reward, but reserve some of it to be added to at the time when his benevolence adds up. 162. 693 Imam Ali, as, from aphorisms attributed to Imam Ali, as there are some people who cut down when you step up your favor to them, and degrade you when you take them as your special friend. Their pleasure is not positioned so as you realize it, and their fury is not situated so as you avoid it. If you ever encounter with them, offer them your common friendship, and deny them your deep friendship, so as what you grant them may serve as a defense against their harms, and what you deny them may keep their respect in check. 163. 694 Imam Ali, as, from aphorisms attributed to Imam Ali, as the person who heads a group is rationally forbidden to be drunk, for it is indecent for a guardian to need someone else to guard him. 164. 695 Imam Ali, as, from aphorisms attributed to Imam Ali, as do not accept chairmanship over the people of your hometown, since they would not be in agreement with you unless you overpass the status of an accomplished chairman. 165. 696 Imam Ali, as, from aphorisms attributed to Imam Ali, as do not serve the chairman of whose indolence you are aware, and whom the circumstances has raised to a high position, and he knows that you are aware of his past. That is because although he would be pleased with your service, he knows how disdainfully you look at him, so he would be annoyed with you. 166. 697 Imam Ali, as, do not underestimate yourselves to be negligent, as it would lead you to the way of the despots, and, hence, destroying you. Once truth comes to you and you happen to realize it, do not be indolent about it, as you will be at a great loss. 167. 698 Imam Ali, as, from aphorisms attributed to Imam Ali, as the most detrimental to you is to infer to your chairman that you excel over him in chairmanship. 168. 699 Imam Ali, as, from aphorisms attributed to Imam Ali, as the little that promotes towards abundance is better than the abundance that promotes towards little. 169. 700 Imam Ali, as, from aphorisms attributed to Imam Ali, as it is of no harm to you to find your friend with your foe, for if he brings you no profit he will not cause you any harm, either. 170. 1 Naj al-Balaha, aphorism 437, Ra'i al-Wa'izan, 511. 2 Gra al-Hikam, 8722. 3 Gra al-Hikam, 2253, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 821981. 4 Gra al-Hikam, 2223, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 781886. 5 Gra al-Hikam, 9574, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 4768712. 6 Gra al-Hikam, 7444, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 4086904. 7 Gra al-Hikam, 5110, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2494668. 8 Gra al-Hikam, 2285, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 831998. 9 al-Muiz al-Adliya, 54. 10 Gra al-Hikam, 1873. 11 Gra al-Hikam, 4715, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2174263. 12 Gra al-Hikam, 6496, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 3556023. 13 Gra al-Hikam, 8669, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4417665, al-Sirat al-Mustachim, 1/2/222. 14 Gra al-Hikam, 30466, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 30466, Ibad, 42994. 15 Gra al-Hikam, 2253, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz. 16 Gra al-Hikam, 4819. 17 Gra al-Hikam, 4789, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 42982. 18 Gra al-Hikam, 4789, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2234355. 19 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 216. Also compare, Al-Kafi, 8353550. 20 Gra al-Hikam, 863. 21 Biha al-Anwar, 788387. 22 Gra al-Hikam, 1656. 23 Gra al-Hikam, 7031, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 3866537. 24 Gra al-Hikam, 9714, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4868960. 25 Gra al-Hikam, 4948, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2374505. 26 Gra al-Hikam, 10895, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 5441015. 27 Gra al-Hikam, 4792, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2234356. 28 Gra al-Hikam, 1342 and 4215, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 3035396. 29 Gra al-Hikam, 2433, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 771853. 30 Gra al-Hikam, 4118, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 1322971. 31 Gra al-Hikam, 6825, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 3706243. 32 Gra al-Hikam, 9543, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4818864. 33 Matalib al-Su'al, 56. 34 Gra al-Hikam, 4211, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 1883858. 35 Gra al-Hikam, 7711, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4287283. 36 Gra al-Hikam, 8638, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4608361. 37 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 2030855. 38 Gra al-Hikam, 7526, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4106976. 39 Gra al-Hikam, 5769, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2975298. 40 Gra al-Hikam, 5592, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2845141. 41 Gra al-Hikam, 2408, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 771860. 42 Gra al-Hikam, 17, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 18/45. 43 Gra al-Hikam, 8438, Nazmu Jura al-Simtain, 160. 44 Gra al-Hikam, 4820, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2294409. 45 Gra al-Hikam, 4818, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2274369. 46 Gra al-Hikam, 8025, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4317403. 47 al-Kafi, 12834. 48 Gra al-Hikam, 4847. 49 Gra al-Hikam, 8407, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4558218. 50 Gra al-Hikam, 8716, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4407633. 51 Gra al-Hikam, 9360, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4698558. 52 Gra al-Hikam, 9407, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4708597. 53 Gra al-Hikam, 9410, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4738668. 54 Gra al-Hikam, 5717, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2955283. 55 Gra al-Hikam, 7815, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4297299. 56 Gra al-Hikam, 807, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 42955. 57 Gra al-Hikam, 1068, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 431047. 58 Gra al-Hikam, 8740. 59 Naj al-Balaha, letter 53, Juhafalukal, 127. Also compare, the Am al-Islam, 1354. 60 Naj al-Balaha, aphorism 476. Also compare, Ra'i al-Wa'izan, 511. 61 al-Kern, 1311. 62 Irshad al-Gulab, 68. 63 Gra al-Hikam, 6512, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 3556024. 64 Gra al-Hikam, 8365. 65 Gra al-Hikam, 4404, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 1933970. 66 Gra al-Hikam, 8742, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4397606. 67 al-Muiz al-Adadiyya, 59. 68 Gra al-Hikam, 7836, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4528107. 69 Gra al-Hikam, 16557. 70 Ibad, 1734. 71 Gra al-Hikam, 865, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 517261. 72 Gra al-Hikam, 7815, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 428-7261. 73 Naj al-Balaha, letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 146. 74 Naj al-Balaha, aphorism 84, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 196-4004. 75 Gra al-Hikam, 5571, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 281-5068. 76 Gra al-Hikam, 7906. 77 Gra al-Hikam, 10958, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 552-10176. 78 Gra al-Hikam, 8536, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 450-8011. 79 Gra al-Hikam, 3931, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 181-3703. 80 Gra al-Hikam, 8045 and 8346, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 432-7421. 81 Gra al-Hikam, 5571, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 438-7602. 82 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 20303-465. 83 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 345961. 84 Naj al-Balaha, letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 144, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 1002296. 85 Naj al-Balaha, letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal 147. 86 Naj al-Balaha, sermon 30. 87 Gra al-Hikam, 10956, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 550-10157. 88 Gra al-Hikam, 4523, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 202-4095. 89 Gra al-Hikam, 5486, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 275-4998. 90 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 81, Biha al-Anwar, 77208-1. 91 Gra al-Hikam, 9335, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 469-8562. 92 Imam Ali of al-Mufid, 269/3, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 180, Imam Ali of al-Tasi, 30/31, al-Garat, 1249. 93 Naj al-Balaha, letter 31, Kashf al-Mahajja, 226. 94 Man la Yadarahu al-Faqih, 4-387-5834, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 79-1914. 95 Gra al-Hikam, 3170, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 116-2580. 96 Shah Naj al-Balaha, 20309-539. 97 Naj al-Balaha, letter 31, Gra al-Hikam, 2428, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 852056. 98 Gra al-Hikam, 9774, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 485-8954. 99 Gra al-Hikam, 10231, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 518-9395. 100 Gra al-Hikam, 361, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 33621. 101 al-Kaf, 8214, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 207. 102 Gra al-Hikam, 360 and 362, Naj al-Balaha, aphorism 396, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 3620. 103 Gra al-Hikam, 9802, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 4889044. 104 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 192, Gra al-Hikam, 4544, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 2004046. 105 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 86, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 152, Bihar al-Anwar, 77292-1. 106 Gra al-Hikam, 5247, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 2644814. 107 Gra al-Hikam, 9352 and 9429, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 4698555. 108 Gra al-Hikam, 9013, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 4277252. 109 al-Mu'iz al-Adadiya, 58. 110 Gra al-Hikam, 9785. 111 Ibad, 6152. 112 Gra al-Hikam, 1149, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 451107. 113 al-Haizal, 72111, Rawdat al-Wa'izan, 412. 114 Naj al-Balaha, Sermon 41, Cases al-A'imah, 98, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 1523334. 115 Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 4718614. 116 Naj al-Balaha, Letter 53, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 145. Also compare, the Aim al-Islam, 1368. 117 al-Haizal, 61 4/10, Bihar al-Anwar, 75115-8. 118 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 81, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 519942-6, Bihar al-Anwar, 77208-1. 119 Naj al-Balaha, Letter 5, Jawaya al-Matalib, 2/26. 120 Naj al-Balaha, Letter 26, Bihar al-Anwar, 33528-719. 121 Gra al-Hikam, 1133. 122 Jami Bayan al-Ilm, 110. 123 Gra al-Hikam, 5043, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 2436828. 124 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 201. 125 al-Mahasin, 1360771, Bihar al-Anwar, 29741. 126 Tanbi al-Qawatar, 1/81. 127 Imam Ali, al-Tasi, 625-1290. 128 Gra al-Hikam, 1829, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Mu'iz, 22145. 129 Naj al-Balaha, aphorism 80, Cases al-A'imah, 94. 130 Cases al-A'imah, 94, Naj al-Balaha, aphorism 79, Rabi al-Abra, 3197. 131 Naj al-Balaha, aphorism 207, Cases al-A'imah, 115, Najah al-Nazir, 53/31. 132 Al-Mahasin, 2, 178, 1504 and 222, 1669, Bihar Al-Anwar, 66323-6. 133 Gra al-Hikam, 10791, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 540-10022. 134 Gra al-Hikam, 3954, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 1813717. 135 Naj al-Balahar, Aphorism 451, Bihar al-Anwar, 164/74, Unabi al-Mawada, 2252707. 136 Al-Muiz al-Adadiyya, 61. 137 Gra al-Hikam, 8878. 138 Naj al-Balahar, Aphorism 268, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 201, Al-Tasi, Imam Ali, 364767. 139 Al-Kafi, 2, 1497, Ma'ani al-Akbar, 267/1, Tuhaf al-Ukal, 204. 140 Kanz al-Fawaidi, 1/93. 141 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 218, Bihar al-Anwar, 7857121. 142 Gra al-Hikam, 10184, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 518940. 143 Gra al-Hikam, 10184, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 982253. 144 Gra al-Hikam, 9150. 145 Gra al-Hikam, 2528, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2004048. 146 Bihar al-Anwar, 74166. 147 Gra al-Hikam, 4510, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2034119. 148 Gra al-Hikam, 2291, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 20311-573. 149 Gra al-Hikam, 2419, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 811961. 150 Gra al-Hikam, 10184, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 1182649. 151 Huayan Akbar al-Riya, 253204, al-Sadaq, Imam Ali, 531718, Gra al-Hikam, 289. 152 Gra al-Hikam, 8861, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4578286. 153 Gra al-Hikam, 9422, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4738646. 154 Naj al-Balahar, Aphorism 176, Cases al-Aima, 110, Gra al-Hikam, 1256. 155 Gra al-Hikam, 5067, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 2424612. 156 Gra al-Hikam, 2727, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 100291. 157 Gra al-Hikam, 8613. 158 Al-Muiz al-Adadiyya, 57. Apparently meaning to measure people according to their own capacities and circumstances. 159 Gra al-Hikam, 9450, Huayan al-Hikam wa al-Muiz, 4738681. 160 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 20311-574. 161 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 309-550. 162 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 20331-798. 163 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 20320-673. 164 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 338871. 165 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 282232. 166 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 337865. 167 Tuhaf al-Ukal, 150. Also compare, al-Kafi, 1456, al-Mufid, Imam Ali, 206/38. 168 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 20320-863. 169 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 20344-953. 170 Shahnaj al-Balaha, 336953. Topic tags. Politics, 7. Author, S. Muhammadi Reshari, 1. Translator, S. Ahmed Rizwani, 6. Publisher, S. Dar al-Hadith Publications, 2. Source URL, https://www.al-islam.org/imam-ali-s-book-government-muhammadi-reshari. Links. 1. https://www.al-islam.org/person/ayatollah-muhammadi-reshari. 2. https://www.al-islam.org/organization/dar-al-hadith-publications. 3. https://www.al-islam.org/print/book/export/html/32576. 4. https://www.al-islam.org/printepub/book/export/html/32576. 5. https://www.al-islam.org/printmobi/book/export/html/32576. 6. https://www.al-islam.org/person/Ahmed-Rizwani. 7. https://www.al-islam.org/tags/politics.